We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of October the 5th, 2021. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Our study session tonight is on a King County Clean Water Plan update and an athletic field study preliminary findings. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. We'll start with the Clean Water Plan update. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So as you mentioned, we have two topics tonight. So the first, we hope will go about an hour from 5:30 to 6:30, and then the athletic fields will be from 6:30 to 7. I'm going to introduce Josh Pansky, our utility manager, who's going to give a brief overview and then introduce our guests from King County that we have here tonight. So, Mr. Pansky.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me back again today. Consider this a bit of a continuation from our September 21 meeting where we discussed rate impacts from Cascade Water Alliance and also the internal factors that we've identified for the last couple of years. Over the last couple of years. As with us, King County is not immune to growth and expansion and age, component age, infrastructure age. And they're having to wrestle with replacing those items and plan for replacement of those items, plan for system growth. And as a component agency, partner of with King County, we get to go along with them and try to provide input and guidance where we can. And some of the issues that they'll be talking about this evening are combined sewer overflow, the nutrient permit compliance improvements, asset management, and the clean water plan. And each one of those in its own right has major impacts, potential impacts on the rate and the path going forward for the regional system, and combine those together, and they make for a bit of a task to plan for those rates and combine those and get those all together. And so I will introduce Cameron Gurul and Courtney Black here from King County. They have a slide deck that they'll run through, and they have plenty of opportunity for questions worked into the slide deck. And so I'll let them take it from here.
Welcome, Cameron and Courtney.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Mr. Pansky. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you here tonight. There's a lot of familiar faces on the screen, so always great to catch up with friends and colleagues in Kirkland. As Mr. Pansky pointed out, we are going to cover multiple subjects in the PowerPoint presentation. We're happy to answer questions along the way or at the end as you choose. I'll be starting this off, turning it over pretty quickly to Courtney, who will run through some slides related to the rate setting process and looking ahead to that. And then I'll finish out with some slides on the other subjects that Josh mentioned. So let's see if I can share my screen so we can get us started. Okay, can you see my screen with the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
See if I can put this into presentation mode. Okay.
We're not sharing yet, Cameron. Here we go.
Okay, can you see that now?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic, okay. Let's see if I can click through this now. There we go, okay. So just a little orientation on the system here. Our wastewater treatment division has a pretty large service area. You can see kind of in white, the whitish area on the map. Extends through most of the urban areas of King County, not all, but a lot of them, and even up into Snohomish County and a little bit into Pierce County and out to the east side. It includes the city of Kirkland, as you can see. We treat about 175 million gallons of water a day and serve about 2 million residents and a little over 400 square miles. We have three major treatment plants that provide up to secondary treatment. West Point, you've heard of, South Plant, which is located in Renton, and then the Brightwater plant a little bit north of you in the Woodinville area. We have about 400 miles of conveyance lines, nearly 50 pump stations, and a number of regulator stations as well. And then we also operate what are called CSO, or combined sewer overflow facilities, located mostly in Seattle. And we have two smaller treatment plants, one in Carnation and one on Vashon. So it's a pretty big system. We have just about 700 employees that are working 24/7, 365 on everything it takes to build, operate, and run the system. Our sewer rate, which is what we charge to our contract cities, Kirkland being one of them, is essentially the wholesale costs of treatment services. You pass along those costs to your customers that you charge for sewer service in the city, as do other cities and sewer districts within our service area. We set that rate annually. We're currently looking at a rate for 2021 as being implemented at about $47.37 per what's called an RCE, a residential equivalent. That's essentially equates to a single family home. And then different jurisdictions charge whatever they need to charge for their local collection system on top of that rate. So I happen to live in Seattle. I pay a bill to Seattle Public Utilities. Your residents live in your city and they pay the rate that you set, and you incorporate, as I understand it, our wholesale rate into the rate that you charge. We try to be explicit about how we go about setting that rate. There are a number of inputs into the process, and my colleague Courtney will go through those more in a moment. Looking ahead to the new rate, because we've already set the 2022 rate that was set earlier this summer. So the rate for 2022 is already in place. Looking ahead to the rate for 2023, which we're starting the process now to arrive at that rate setting in mid next year. We want to continue to increase reliability at a number of our facilities. West Point is a good example of that, but there are other places too. We have increasing regulatory pressures coming from renewing our NPDES permits for each of our facilities. We have to respond to growth, as Josh mentioned earlier. We're going to talk a little bit further in a minute about asset management and the investments that we're wanting to make there. And of course, we have to respond to executive and council priorities for King County. For us, that includes what we're calling our Clean Water Healthy Habitat Framework, our Strategic Climate Action Plan, wastewater has a role in that, and an Equity and Social Justice Initiative. With that, I'll turn it over to Courtney, and she'll walk you through kind of the capital plan as adopted and how that drives our rates. Courtney?
Thank you. Good evening. When we were asked to cover rate drivers, one of the first slides that we considered that would be useful to facilitate that discussion is this slide that illustrates the capital program that's built into the sewer rate plan. And when I say the sewer rate plan, Cameron was just pointing out that we do adopt the rate 1 year at a time, but when we transmit that proposed rate, the executive's proposed rate, it goes along with, and it's in the context of a 10-year financial plan, long-lived infrastructure, large projects that are built over sometimes up to a decade. And so taking a 10-year look is a really important element of evaluating what next year's rate increase should be. So what you're seeing here is the 10 years of the capital program built in to the rate plan that was provided along with that 2022 rate that was set. When we talk about rate drivers, while we know that as operating costs go up, we will need new revenue to fund it, primarily what puts pressure on the rate are large capital investments and the new revenue needed to either directly cash fund or debt finance and repay that debt financing. So looking at this particular graph, orienting to what's on it, WTD plans the capital program and prioritizes projects through a portfolio structure. So essentially each of the capital projects are categorized, and you can see that the categories here include regulatory. There are 2 asset management categories. We look at the plant related, and then conveyance and other. Resource recovery capacity for the system. So WTD ensures that the portfolio has the combination of things we need to be investing in, particularly in rate drivers. And you may have heard about and seen in materials is the asset management catch-up plan, or we're taking priority asset management projects that have been newly identified and prioritized and have identified this 10-year period as a key period to catch up on those. In the context of these other looming challenges out there that we want to get system risk handled by making those investments. And that was communicated out to MUPAC and part of the process in this rate plan. So the rate drivers that you're seeing in the adopted rate plan, and when we look at other things like nutrients in the clean water plan, they will be fit into this type of planning picture of a capital program annually by portfolio. One of the things to note, 2020 is the actuals represented in this chart. So we've been delivering at about $200 million a year for the last few years. And so it's visually displayed here how significant additional investments are to continue to address those asset management priorities and capacity and other things here. So on the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about how making those capital investments turns into a sewer rate. So that rate driver, how it becomes a higher sewer rate. Essentially, that CIP is first tested or balanced, as this sort of limited purpose graphic is doing here, showing you that we're balancing capital expenditures, the capital improvement plan on the left, with funding sources for the capital program. And so the first thing we look at is, are there any available reserves that we haven't spent and we can use that cash first for the program. Then you may be familiar with, and if you're not, WTD has a practice since 2017 of identifying that 40% of a year's capital program expenditures, we will set the sewer rate to have enough cash funding for 40% of the capital program expenditures in that year. So rate funding then is the next resource. And then borrowing becomes the balancing. And so we do go after and secure WIFIA loans and state loans from the SRF program whenever we can for eligible projects. And then the balance of that is we go to the bond market. And for anything that we borrow, we have to start paying back. So this is where we're showing how that capital funding translates into the sewer rate revenue requirement. The rate revenue requirement is similar to the capital funding analysis, and that we're taking our expenditures and identifying how the revenue needs to balance. And so how that translates is the rate funding must come from the sewer rate. That 40% measure of the CIP is an expenditure for that year that our revenues need to cover. So that's the green connection. And I can stop for, I see Mayor Sweet, you have your hand up for a question.
I do. I just want to know if that 10-year, I've forgotten about that chart, but that 10-year projection includes currently the CSO costs.
There's a placeholder assumption of an extended 2040 completion.
So it doesn't.
So it doesn't include the full CSO program costs.
Great, thank you.
So the green connection here is showing that whatever is driven by the CIP for rate funding then becomes a sewer revenue requirement. And then similarly, the orange connection is whatever we borrow in millions of dollars becomes 30 years-ish, depending on the debt instrument, of principal and interest payments that continue into our future. The cash is done, the debt service continues and builds on. And then we have everything necessary to operate the treatment plants, chemicals, power, labor, finance. Here we are helping, set up this picture where the overhead in there. And then on the other side, we're getting to the sewer rate now. We have You may be familiar with or not, the capacity charge at King County is like your local connection charge, water or sewer connection charge for new development. And we collect revenue annually from new connections to the regional system. That's a revenue source. And then other things, interest earnings, septic charges and industrial waste strength. So we're now to the blue. This is the balancing element in the revenue requirement. We're collecting some level of revenue from the existing rate level. Whatever the deficiency is identified in this balancing, new debt service, a higher capital program, cash funding, that's the percentage rate increase to the sewer rate to close that gap. So the balancing is done first on the capital funding driven by the CIP investments, then to the sewer rate revenue to the ongoing costs. And that's 1 year picture. You saw that we do it on a 10-year plan. And there's some smoothing that goes in there, use of fund balance to ensure that the spikes or the big steps in the CIP are not reflected in sewer rate increases. We do some things with trying to smooth that. So if there aren't any additional questions on these first two, we can move into the schedule, which is an important part for the component agencies like yourself here at Kirkland, that because we are a wholesaler and you need to build in WTD's costs to setting your own rates and budget, our contracts specify that we can't wait till the end of the year to give you that information. We have to adopt our rate, and we back up a schedule that allows us, there's a few key touch points here, but it's very compressed. So a few of these are going on in parallel, but essentially starting with the end of the previous year, and you see 2022 at the top. This is our process upcoming to set the 2023 sewer rate and 10-year plan. So end of the year, we're going to get actuals like anyone else does to close out that year that inform updating your forecast. And we'll be working on that. But at the same time, the project managers for all the capital projects are using those actuals to update their multi-year forecasts. And so you'll note, skipping to the third line here, that while we're doing some updates, they get until mid-February to do those updates. And so for our financial planning, we don't get the final existing project projections updated until mid-February. During that time, we're trying to bring preliminary information to our WTD and DNRP leadership to start formulating what some of these scenarios and alternatives will be while the numbers are still moving and finalizing. We have a strong desire to engage early with our MUPAC members who are very interested in getting this information early. So we're kind of caught between the end of the year and when everybody needs our information to set their own rate that we're working hard within. So we do have this MUPAC briefing and engagement on alternatives in development, because that will be parallel to while we're bringing them to our leadership and they're in development. Then that orange is our sort of go time, where we've got essentially 2 weeks from the capital project cost close until we're bringing the executive alternatives for consideration. And there's a lot of internal finalizing and strategy looking at those scenarios so that we can do that. It's the first week of March. And then by mid-March, the executive has a proposed alternative. And this is where MUPAC engages again. Practice has been that upon receiving the executive's proposed, MUPAC prepares a letter to express their consolidated position on the executive's proposed. And we are working furiously to prepare the legislative package so that it can go forward to these various timelines and make it to council with time for them to have their look at this and adopt the executive's proposed by our deadline to get it to you all. So this seemed like a useful thing to walk through tonight, because we're trying to be responsive to, and we've heard from that the agencies want a little earlier and more information as these are in development. And
Next
so,
slide.
oh, yes. So this is where explicitly stopping for questions, though you're welcome along the way.
Courtney, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Very obviously missing on that chart was any connection to Regional Water Quality Committee. where is that intended to happen?
It's in there and it's missing from the chart. You're just very right that it's missing from the chart. And we do it. And I know there was an interruption in the year that COVID happened and it fell off of our regular schedule, but I assure you it's in there, and I'll go back and look for where that was when we update this table.
I'm going to assume.
I'll offer a quick addendum to that answer. I started in this job right about the end of April of this year, and we were going into that regional water quality process right about that same time. So if you extended this into the May and June, I think, Courtney, we have a deadline of getting it adopted by the council by June 30th, I think. Is that right?
We do.
Yeah.
The package goes to them and they often adopt mid to late April. So you're right, it's in some range of April, May that RWQC.
April, May is what I recall. So it's just not shown on here, but we would also try to keep the Regional Water Quality Committee apprised kind of over the course of this entire period, but we'll update the graphic accordingly.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know that we get a MUPAC update with every meeting. I would kind of hate to get it from MUPAC rather than from you.
Okay, gotcha. Other questions? I see a hand from Councilmember Pascal.
All right, thanks. Good to see you, Cameron. We used to talk about transportation many years ago, and now wastewater is very interesting. So just a couple of things about the capital planning. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around some of this. I read in our packet that the 6-year capital plan is $2.28 billion. I'm curious how that plan has compared to past years. I mean, is this like an order of magnitude much larger than you've ever tried to kind of bite off in the past, or is this kind of continuing? I'm trying to just understand how the capital improvements and projects have changed over the course of the last few years. And then I'm also curious about, what work has gone into really looking at, kind of that least cost planning, kind of practical design kind of approaches to the capital planning to really make sure that we're getting high value and not trying to bite off more than we can, and trying to find right-size projects, because ultimately it looks like it's a really big part of this rate increase that will likely be coming. So maybe you can talk about that, or I'd like to get more information about that at some point too.
Yeah, Courtney, could you address a little bit more of the historical issue? And maybe I'll go back up to this one that looks out into the future as well.
Yeah. In fact, I had handy here sort of our historical capital spend back to 2016, and just around, we were in the high, sort of under 200 million, 2016, 17, a little over in 18 and 19, and just at in 2020. And so the 6-year CIP sort of reflects a rolling picture. Things are coming in, things are going out. It cuts off when some projects they still have more years. They start maybe in the 6th year. So it gives you a sense of the official adopted CIP. Really the spend sort of scale relates to that ongoing that was, 180, 178, and then 209, 213. So the takeaway is that we've been delivering somewhere around 200 million for a number of years now from our program. This picture is a significant increase to what it has generally been delivered at in recent history.
And Councilmember Pascal, this represents a big challenge for us, even without some of the other subjects we'll talk about here tonight, like nutrients. This is a big lift to undertake a pretty large increase to our capital plan. So we're taking a number of steps to try to plan ahead for that. The needs are certainly there. There are rates will rise accordingly. There will be ways in which we both work with MUPAC, with
Okay,
regional water quality.
I'm in as a community member now. All right, I'm changing your name to my name.
Oops, sorry. I'll finish out the answer. We work with any number of King County and our contract city elected bodies and the regional committees to try to look ahead and try to smooth, as Courtney said, that rate path. And then there are a number of different techniques that we have within WTT to try to make sure that the projects that get into that plan are really necessary. They're really only the top level projects. I wish we had the bandwidth and the rates to support some of the desirable, but we're really focused on the absolutely necessary projects. We employ a number of techniques along the way to value engineer those projects so that we get a good cost. We are dealing with situations, I'm sure that as you are, which is land costs are rising. We do have to acquire land from time to time. Construction costs are rising. Those are sort of challenges that I wish we had better control over, but we sometimes have to work within the market. And we're continuously evaluating ways in which we can try to keep those costs as moderate as possible. That said, I think it's the honest thing is to tell you this is the lookout that we can see, and what's driving that are the things that Courtney mentioned, and especially our asset management program. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, so we can get a little more detail on that.
Okay, well that's thankful. I mean, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
It sounds like, so what I'm hearing you say is that your capital plan there's a much bigger backlog capital needs that you aren't necessarily showing here. You're just showing the top priority projects that need to be implemented in the next 6 years. And there's a whole host of other things that are going to be coming up down the road as well.
I'm afraid so. And this is our best 10 years, given what we know. A little bit more for sure are shown on this graph. And then we've got the larger challenges related to nutrients, for example, that could push on rates even more dramatically. That's an area where I think we do need to continue our regional discussion. What keeps me up at night is making sure we can manage this, but also that sort of specter of this very large increase hovering out there.
Thank you for that added detail. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to just go to the question. Any other questions? And I apologize that I recognize the council member. Mayor, that was probably your job to do.
We'll just play it by ear.
Okay, terrific. So if the council is ready, we'll move into the next section. And so this is about asset management. You can see a somewhat colorful graphic there, photograph of a failed pump or fitting. We do have these problems from time to time. Equipment does wear out. I've made the joke that I'm about the same age as many of our older capital assets, and I can feel a few creaks and groans from time to time. And so it is happening. We manage about 60,000 assets total, and we are working to document those. And I've got a really good team working on that documentation. That'll help us to manage out into the future, to know what we have. And if you had to replace it, we're probably talking about $5 billion or so. Some of it is fixed equipment. You can see the list there. That's what typically one would see if you took a tour of a plant or a pump station. You see a lot of this kind of gear that's out there. We also have equipment and facilities that are in the ground, like pipelines and tanks, a number of buildings and the associated landscaping and grounds. We have roofing problems in some places where roofs do wear out after a while, and those are the kinds of things we need to deal with. We do own some vehicles, and these are loop trucks. So loop is our biosolids product that we generate every day. I think somewhere around maybe 6 or so of these loop trucks go out delivering biosolids to mostly to Eastern Washington locations. But we own the trucks. They're operated by a separate contractor, but we own those. And then, of course, we have to keep up with technology and software, a number of different control systems and databases. We're working to better coordinate those and to also undertake a cybersecurity effort This coming year or so, we'll be studying that, and it'll probably cause a few more upgrades in that area. Before I get to questions, I did want to mention that within the city of Kirkland, I just did a quick quiz of my staff about one things we've got going on related to asset management within the city. You have a Juanita Bay pump station. It's right next to the park out there, which I think that asset might be somewhere in the 10 to 15 years old itself. We are going through some additional upgrades to the machinery and better protection systems for the pumps that are inside that plant right now to make sure that they are as protected from electrical surges or other challenges that they might see. And we get those, yes, in Seattle, and we'll talk more about those in a little bit, but they do happen across the system, whether it's Seattle City Light or PSE. We're also looking at there's a Juanita Bay interceptor conveyance line, and we're going through a bit of a rehab there. We have kind of a nifty, we only have one truck, but it has some great tools on it where we can run camera systems either on a float or on wheels down through those conveyances so that we can video inspect those pipes underground and get a sense as to how they're doing. We have everything from brick line tunnels to ductile iron to concrete to plastic pipe that are in our system. And of course, they're all at different ages and have different kind of wear characteristics. So we try to keep an eye on that. We've got a plan to install a new backup generator at the Yarrow Bay pump station. I was told that was actually in Kirkland. It may be near the border. I'm not quite sure between those two, your city and Yarrow Bay. And then I believe the asset is mostly located in Kirkland. There's a force main coming out of the York pump station, which is on the hill leading down into the Sammamish Valley there. And there's a cathodic protection system that is going in there to try to better protect that asset. And there's a lot of the iron piping that we have needs the cathodic protection because it's a very highly corrosive environment inside these pipes. You've got, as you can imagine, sewage water running in there, very acidic environment. And so the cathodic protection system helps the pipe to stay in service longer. And so those are the kinds of things where we define asset management. Those are good examples. And those are just a smattering of things that are happening that we could find in a bit of a 40-minute search today of our system this afternoon. There are many others that are either in process right now or that are planned in Kirkland and across our system. So what I mentioned probably adds up to somewhere in the probably $10 or $20 million range that we're spending. And again, that's just a smattering. But we're trying to make sure that each city that's paying that sewer rate, we make an investment correspondingly back in that city, our infrastructure that's located in that city. So you're seeing that in Kirkland. That's all I had planned on asset management. Happy to answer any other questions.
Seeing none.
Okay, if something pops up later, we'll cover it. Madam Mayor, you mentioned the Clean Water Plan. That is a planning process that's been underway. I'm going to show you a few slides about what that planning process is. Mayor Sweet, you've seen many of these slides before, so thanks for your patience. Maybe others have not. Clean Water Plan is a fairly broadly based, broadly scoped plan that it will replace our Regional Wastewater Services Plan that was, I believe, adopted in the late 90s or so. So it's timely to redo a plan. We are trying to ask this broad planning question, calling our core planning question, the most appropriate path to ensure we direct the right public investments to the right actions at the right time to get to the best water quality outcome. So essentially, this plan tries to optimize our investments, and it balances across a number of different inputs or challenges or opportunities. You can see they're listed on the slide here. Water quality is something we think about nearly every day. Capacity needs to serve a growing community. Aging infrastructure we've talked about. New regulations, we'll talk more about that in a minute, but those are certainly putting some pressure on our capital plan and on our rates. We have to balance that with affordability. And it's both the smoothness and also and predictability, but also what that rate is at the end of the day. And then thinking about resiliency, resilience in the face of climate change or natural hazards, like we live in a seismically active area and we need to protect our system as best as possible. So those are the kinds of things we have to keep in mind as we develop the plan. The plan itself will guide those investment decisions, and we hope that will help improve water quality and waterways and public health. The plan will include policies and programs and projects that reflect your priorities, and it will provide a pathway for those investments over the next 40 years or so. The planning process itself has started way before I did with the division last year with some decision areas, which were then translated into actions. There's an actions document available on our website that you can go through and look at all the different potential actions. Those have been compiled into strategies. There are 5 work in progress strategies that we're out talking to people about those strategies right now. Those strategies will be evaluated in a strategy document and in draft EIS. And then a preferred strategy will be developed and approved by the county executive and then transmitted to the county council. And then eventually the King County Council is that elected official's decision. Now they use the Regional Water Quality Committee, they use MUPAC, they use input from the Kirkland Council to try to help inform that process. There has been and will continue to be public involvement and stakeholder involvement and partner agency involvement all through this process. So this gives you a somewhat high level kind of schedule. Looking a little bit more granularly, these are some of the specifics that are happening in the next several quarters. As I said, starting up at the top, we have these 5 work in progress strategies. We're looking to refine those. We're taking input in a variety of different forums. If anyone from Kirkland, a citizen, a business owner, council member is interested in knowing more about that, we can supplement this presentation and provide you with any amount of information you'd like to have and get you involved in that process. For time reasons, I won't go through everything on this list, but jump down to the bottom row that talks about Q4 2022. So a little over a year from now, we'll be looking at an executive preferred strategy. So between now and then, we'll develop that strategy analytical document. We'll publish that draft EIS, and then the executive will land on a preferred strategy, and that'll get transmitted to the county council. They then have their own process that they'll go through. Can't predict exactly what will be in that process, but I'm very sure Regional Water Quality Committee will probably be one of the lead committees going through the plan. And then as the council they can make adjustments to that plan to reflect their consensus approach. Some of the engagement opportunities I mentioned, one has been mentioned, the MUPAC. We do get pretty good attendance at MUPAC meetings. They're both general meetings and committee meetings, and that is open to elected officials and to staff from any of our contract agencies. We appreciate it when people participate. I want to note Kirkland has been a regular and strong voice in that forum and also at Regional Water Quality Committee, so we appreciate your participation there. We've also added in elected officials workshops where any elected official from our contract agencies is welcome to come. We've held a couple of those this year. The most recent one was on the September 21. We've got another one planned on October 22nd. If you're interested, we can get you an invite to that so you can log in. And our website provides all manner of information and opportunities to continue to weigh in. What I haven't talked about here tonight is a pretty strong community engagement program too. And if there's interest, we can provide more material on that. But we're really trying to reach out, not just to folks that have traditionally been involved in these, but also to many communities that have not traditionally been involved in a clean water planning process like this, and make sure that immigrant communities that are of a little bit lower economic status have a way in to participate and get their voices heard as well. Happy to answer questions on the Clean Water Plan. And And I think I see something in the chat. I'm just going to click on that to see clean water plan. Yes.
Spelled wrong. Anyway,
Any other questions I can answer?
I'm just going to comment. I've been at all of the elected official presentations, and I'm hoping that as we get closer to strategies, we'll be able to connect the lines a little more directly.
Yeah.
I think that's what I have heard from most of the electeds who've attended the sessions. You know, it's too much process and not enough actual information. So I'm hoping that on the 22nd we'll begin to fill the blanks in.
Yeah, we're working on that. And I would say over the course of the next probably 2 quarters, quarter 4 and quarter 1 next year will be our big time to do a lot of that evaluation and get that reported out. I know a lot of your colleagues have been interested in the rate implications associated with these. We want to get you that information. I also want to make sure that it's been properly vetted so we don't have to correct ourselves later. So we're working on that right now. So while I do appreciate your patience, I also hear you. We'll be getting as much definitive information out to you as soon as we can. The other piece that's coming out is kind of that water quality benefit piece. You know, what bang do we get for the buck in terms of water quality benefit? That is also underway now as we are refining that model and getting ready to deploy it so that we can get the results out. So I wish I could tell you it was all ready tomorrow, but we are working very hard on it, I can tell you, and we'll get it out to you as soon as we can.
No, I understand that, Cameron. I think the urgency from the municipality's perspective is we're going to have to make some choices. The executive is going to have to make some choices, and we want to be part of that decision-making process. And it's not a real natural process with 39 cities involved in it. So, you know, we're going to get to a point where we're going to weigh water quality outputs against cost, and you know, and we're going to make a conscious decision about what direction we're going to shoot ourselves in. I don't mean that shoot ourselves, but what are going to point ourselves in that does the maximum for the environment at the minimum cost that we risk for our ratepayers.
Yeah. Yep, and that reflects the goal that we have outlined, which is that best investment at the right time for the water quality outcome. So effectively, it's a cost effectiveness type of exercise that we're trying to look at here. So thank you for that frame. Are there any other questions before we move on to a couple of other subjects? I'll note that we're about 45 minutes in, so I'm going to probably talk a little faster and try to give you enough time for questions on these next 2 subjects too.
Great.
Okay, get my mouse. Okay. I'll talk a little bit about work that we're doing at West Point. This reflects an emergency declaration. So West Point, this is a photograph of West Point from the air. It's the largest of our treatment plants out in the Discovery Park area of Seattle. Largest capacity plant on the smallest possible footprint. It's only about 32 acres total. By contrast, our Renton plant is around 90. Brightwater sits on a little bit more than that. So we try to do a lot in a very small space. This plant has unfortunately been subject to some power fluctuations that have caused commonly called overflows, or what we call bypass events, where sewage is discharged into Puget Sound either untreated or only partially treated before we can get the power restored. The emergency action that the executive took gave us a charge and an opportunity to identify effective solutions to this, get a solution in place, and get it deployed and built on a very accelerated timeline. So we're working hard on that to get that done. We looked at a variety of different mitigation strategies, and I'll get to kind of the punchline here. We have settled on what we're calling an online uninterruptible power supply. So it's not unlike you might have next to your desktop an uninterruptible power supply that you plug your computer into so that you don't have problems with your own computer kind of going through a glitch if you have a power glitch at your home. This is a much larger version of that, and it would be helpful to help us ride out voltage sags. So this is not an outage problem, but we do experience these sags, and it plays, unfortunately, real havoc with our equipment at that particular facility. So we're working to develop, design, and then permit and construct that facility out at West Point. It's a fairly complicated project, something we would normally do in maybe 6 or 7 years. We're trying to accomplish in 3 to 4. So it gives you a sense of what's going on there. We are working to get a good partnership with the city of Seattle on that front. And there are days when things are going encouragingly and other days where we're working through a challenge, but we're going to try to do that together. The other half of what's needed out there, frankly, is upgrades to Seattle City Lights system. And that's the other piece we're also trying to focus on, is to help encourage them to make those parallel investments such that the system at the end of the day is as resilient as possible. Anything more on that particular project?
Council? Go ahead.
Last subject I think I've got on here is nutrients. And the issue really here for folks that are familiar with this is that there are parts of Puget Sound that likely do experience low dissolved oxygen. And that can be a problem for fish and shellfish. And this graphic goes through a fairly complicated thing. But the bottom line is where you have a low dissolved oxygen problem, there can be an impact to the local biology in that area. Puget Sound experiences these problems mostly in very shallow embayments, less so in the main stems, main channels of the sound. Nitrogen is a source that leads to that low dissolved oxygen. Nitrogen is a nutrient along with phosphorus. And there are a number of sources of nitrogen. This graphic shows you that by and large, the ocean contributes most of the nitrogen, but of what are called the human sources or anthropogenic sources, which represent about 9% of the total, wastewater plants are about 7% of that 9%. So we're the biggest part of the human-caused part of that challenge right now. The Department of Ecology has issued a permit. They call it the Puget Sound Nitrogen General Permit. And they had that out for a draft review. They received 293 comment letters. This graphic shows you where those came from. I believe, I think Kirkland and Mayor Sweet, did you sign a letter for us? I'm pretty sure you did.
Yep.
And certainly my department did. There were 3 other county council members. Lots of good letters from King County, along with many others from elsewhere in Puget Sound. There's a spectrum of opinions and things like that. I'll cover that more in a moment. This is the schedule for what's going on. We think that ecology will respond to those permits by about November 15th, or respond to those letters by about November 15th. We think if they stay on track, they'll issue the final permit about December 1st, and then that permit will be effective January 1. So that is the schedule they've communicated to us. That hasn't changed from their voice for probably at least a month now. This is what we read out of those comment letters. A lot of concern about the financial impacts associated with that permit. And again, that permit, I kind of skipped over this, but I'll just say the permit requires upgrades to wastewater plants as that largest source of human-caused nitrogen that are pretty profound. In our case, it could result in billions of dollars of upgrades to King County's facilities. So the comment letters often express concern about the financial impacts because more capital spending to respond to regulatory requirements adds to our rate pressures. Lots of concerns about the varying opinions about the science involved in here. And of course, Puget Sound is a dynamic environment. Not every place is the same in Puget Sound. Water may flow back and forth, but you have different amounts of dissolved oxygen, different amounts of nutrients, different types of biology in different locations. And then you can see a variety of different other things that are that we read in those comment letters. Our comments for coming from King County, in our cover letter on the left, we absolutely support the idea of protecting and improving the sound. We think we need a more comprehensive assessment of the sound to help inform what those requirements and regulations should be. And kind of like the Clean Water Plan, we want the investments to achieve the desired outcome while maintaining a level of affordability. Part of our concern with the permit as Ecology has proposed it is we're concerned that we may not be able to see a measurable effect associated with all those billions of dollars of sewer plant upgrades. And if you can't see an effect, it sort of begs the question, have you put your dollars in the right place? On the right-hand side of the graphic, you can see a lot of specific comments. I won't go through all of those, but our comment letter was over 30 pages long. We really tried to offer to them as much as we could in terms of our understanding of the science and where we think big questions still exist for their proposed permit. So that gets to the end of my scheduled slides. We've got about 9 minutes by my count on the clock. Happy to take any other questions or comments.
Super. Council, questions, comments, concerns? Cameron's heard plenty from me, and he'll hear plenty more from me tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, was there anything you want to add, Josh? Or
just my thanks to you, Mayor, and to the City of Kirkland for your partnership. I want to just say Mayor Sweet is not shy about representing the city's interests, and she does so in a very diplomatic but firm way. It's exactly the kind of thing we need out of our elected officials to participate in our processes. So I value her voice very highly. She's also been available to me and to my boss when we've sought some comment, reaching out to her on questions that we had. So we appreciate very much the opportunity to work with Kirkland and with the other cities that are in our system, of course. But it's been a pleasure talking with you here tonight. We look forward to answering your questions ongoing and coming back whenever you want to have us back.
Super, Cameron. I do see a couple of questions. I've got Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cameron and Courtney. This is my first time through a discussion of wastewater treatment of this nature, and I really appreciate the way you presented it. Very clear, very helpful. I'm going to ask a question that there's some risk that it's a dumb question, but it's a question that I think might be on the minds of some of our Kirkland ratepayers. So certainly, if we could actually, if we could go to slide 5, maybe.
Sure.
We've been talking about the potential impact on utility rates, the sewer utility rate, of course. And that's going to be a concern for city leaders on behalf of the Kirkland ratepayers. I'm wondering if there are pressures placed on some of these other revenue sources, like the capacity charge, which I think is the connection fee. Obviously, you're not doing anything about interest earnings. I don't know all of what's under industrial, septic, et cetera. I also, it might be on the minds of some of our ratepayers what other tools wastewater treatment division has in its toolbox, legally speaking, to raise revenue other than through the sewer rate. I'm just curious if we could have a really quick discussion about that. It might benefit myself, some of my colleagues, and then of course our Kirkland ratepayers.
Sure, I'll take a first shot and then ask Courtney to kind of supplement. Don't think we have other tools other than what we're statutorily authorized to do. One thing that we keep an eye on is opportunities through the state, either grants or low interest loans, and we do pursue those. Courtney mentioned the state revolving fund. There's, I think it's called WIFIA. There's a low interest loan program through the federal government that we take advantage of. I've signed documents this year, even in the 5 months I've been here, to authorize those. So we keep a really close eye on those and use those to the full extent that we can. I would love to see something in a federal infrastructure bill that dealt with wastewater. It used to be the federal government paid large percentages, kind of like the transportation of those costs. They have curtailed that over the course of the last few decades. They should do more because we are talking about regional investments that benefit large areas, so it's a natural fit. I think the industrial and the septic are comparatively small compared to the rate, but Courtney, can you give us a sense of context for that?
Yes, I would first note that they are a small portion of the rate, and they're generally, like the sewer rate, a cost of service-based charge. The septage does have a market rate element. Those folks get to choose which treatment plant they take things to, but kind of limited by the market there, and also small revenue sources. Capacity charge is the second largest revenue source. And I'm not recalling offhand the specific percentages, so I don't want to say it off memory, but the sewer rate is the largest, significantly largest piece of our revenue picture. The capacity charge does change based on new capacity increasing projects to serve growth. All of the other things, regulatory driven or otherwise, aren't related to the capacity charge. It is simply to address capacity driven. So the sewer rate then becomes the catch-all general revenue source, cost of service based in utilities to spread those costs.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cameron and Courtney. Lots of great information in the packet and we've covered over the last hour. A lot of my thinking has been just on this nutrient problem, given some of the just striking numbers that you talk about for some of the investments. Is your intention with the long-term clean water plan to come up with a solution in that, or an approach as that's developed, or is the science just too young to be able to say this is something that that you're going to yet plan to tackle?
I think that it's a great question, and I think the science continues to need to be better and more widespread and deeper. I've been surprised in taking this job how comparatively little information is available out there and how few monitoring stations are out there on Puget Sound. I think we're observing that a much larger level of effort is necessary, and that would be something that we would encourage to happen. I think we want to see problems as they come up so that we have the best chance to address them. And now, I think there's danger we'll be more in a reactive mode if problems come up. So I think we should make those investments out there in the science. The Clean Water Plan does address this issue. The challenge that we have, Deputy Mayor, is that we're running kind of in parallel between the Clean Water Plan process and then this nutrient general permit. They will essentially run in parallel. They are right now, and they'll probably continue through 2022. What we don't know is exactly what Ecology will come out with on December 1st, whether they will take to heart some of the input that they've gotten and make a course correction. We had asked that they take a pause and try to have more of a robust regional discussion to try to find the best, especially the most not just effective, but the mitigation strategies that we could deploy quickly. Part of the problem with wastewater infrastructure is that it takes plenty long to plan, design, and build. Even the permitting for these local permitting can take a long time. So it's not a rapid response strategy, it's a slow response strategy. And so our question is, if there is indeed a problem, especially in these shallow embayments, aren't there some solutions that are a little more proximate to those specific embayments that would really help, and we could deploy within a year or two, and not wait a decade to get into place. So we are absolutely interested in addressing the problem as it is out there and putting King County's oar in the water here, but we're concerned about the large investment, the time it takes to get there. frankly, the fact that it's going to take up a lot of our rate capacity to address. I'd say as we get further down, I'd be happy to come back and share another graphic as we know more about what the final permit is going to portend for us. We should try to keep your council informed as to what those rate projections look like. So we'll keep you apprised. But yeah, that worries me a lot. As I said, that's one of the issues that keeps me up. Did that answer your question, Dr. Mayor?
It did. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, and that takes us directly to 6:30, and you get to go. So thanks,
Right.
Cameron and Courtney. Appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Which takes us to our next agenda item, and I'll turn it right back over to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, switching topics, we're going to come to the athletic field study preliminary findings, and we have a whole team here, but it's going to be led by our Parks and Community Services Director, Lynn Zwagstra, and our Greenplay Consultant Principal in Charge, Tom Deal. So I'll just kick it to Lynn first.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for having us this evening. As you know, the Parks and Community Services Department is embarking upon an update to our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, which includes several subcomponents, such as an athletic field study. The study is currently in the stage of gathering feedback and collecting data. Greenplay, the consultant for the project, has collected surveys from athletic field users and people interested in using the fields. They are still in the process of tabulating survey results and assessing the fields. However, since the field study was of particular interest to Council, we are providing a sneak preview of the preliminary findings. We have 21 slides for you this evening that should take between 10 and 15 minutes. And here to present that is Tom Deal, Principal Consultant with Greenplay.
Welcome, Tom.
Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members, Lynn, Mary, and your team. I have a brief presentation I'd like to share with you. I think you may have seen a preview of it and some maps, and then I'll take any questions you might have. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Please go ahead.
All right, let's just take 1 second here for Zoom to let me do that. Okay, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Lynn said, we're working on the athletic fields use and demand study along with the overall system-wide master plan update and the ADA assessment. This is our team. Myself and Jeff have been doing this primarily. David and Kaylin did most of the analysis for your parks. They also did look at the athletic fields and have given us information. Clayton and Derek from Site Workshop have been out on your fields and will be there again. I believe it's next week to do more. We will get a little bit of information from Matt and his team regarding ADA concerns, and our survey that is being run by RRC will have some information as well. As Lynn said, we did a Survey Monkey tool, and we use that to ask specific questions of the athletic field users. We worked with Lynn and Mary and their team to put together the survey. We sent it to 55 field user groups. We've received feedback from 24 field user groups. And additional to that, we're reviewing all of the field policies and procedure documents that have been shared with us. We're looking at what we've learned in our own level of service analysis and grasp. And that's our methodology for looking at your parks and facilities and what information Site Workshops is able to share with us. This is the list of the 55 athletic field user groups supplied by Lynn and Mary and their team. And as I said, each one was sent a link to our survey tool. These are the 24 different athletic field user groups that participated in the survey. And we had it open for close to a month and sent several reminders. Here you can see the representation of the different sport user groups that participated. We had 4 teams or groups that indicated their main interest was baseball, 3 for softball, 3 for lacrosse, 2 each for soccer, multi-sport, and cricket, 1 for walking, soccer, rugby, multiple uses, and football. We did not get any feedback from groups that were represented by volleyball, ultimate frisbee, track and field. We did get 1 that came in after we had analyzed everything that was a social user. We asked what were the type of fields that they desired, and we were looking at the different types of fields we were looking at were dirt fields, a dirt infield and a grass outfield, a grass field, an open grass field, synthetic field with fence, a 200-foot synthetic field with fence, and so forth. You can see that the majority of the users that took the survey, 50% indicated they'd like a synthetic turf field as their desire, and 45%, almost 46% indicated a dirt infield and a grass outfield. We also asked about their thoughts regarding did they need a diamond field, which would typically be for baseball or softball, a rectangular field, which could have many uses, football, lacrosse, soccer, rugby, cricket, ultimate frisbee, and so forth. Were they looking for just a small open space, a large open space, a combination of fields, or other? And you can see that the users that filled out the survey, quite a few of them were looking at the diamond field, a good number were looking at rectangular fields, and a smaller number were looking at combination fields. We also asked about importance of improvements. We asked about things like adding parking, adding restrooms, adding amenities such as benches, bleachers, fences, backstops, and shade, construction of new fields, adding lighting, and whether fields should be possibly reconfigured or maybe renovated into or converted to synthetic turf. And you can see the green was things that came out as very important: lighting, synthetic turf, and then adding restrooms were the top 3 areas that we heard feedback from. We asked about whether there was support to convert existing fields to synthetic turf. Out of the group that took this survey tool, 78% indicated there was support, 21%, almost 22% indicated there was not. We asked, are they in favor of City of Kirkland constructing new synthetic turf fields? 100% of the people that took that survey were in support of that. We asked which types of fields should be synthetic, and you can see the largest number were both diamond and rectangle. So that would be the multi-use field. It'd be a larger space that you could play either a rectangular sport or a diamond sport on, and then 33% indicated just a rectangular field. In our ongoing analysis, we're still looking at information that we've received from the City of Kirkland, and Site Workshops, as I said, is conducting their on-site analysis. They're looking at the current field conditions and what we call playability. They're looking at the condition, availability, and appropriateness of the amenities that support the fields, safety concerns in and around the fields, the conditions of the infields, the outfields, fencing, mounds, etc. They're looking at assessing the field maintenance to include how the turf is being maintained, the natural grass, and the fencing, etc. And they're going to give each one of the fields a score of 1, 2, or 3, and then also give us information as to why they scored that for each one of the fields, and describe issues they found that need to be addressed and suggested improvements. We also are going to analyze the needs assessment survey that is out there with the entire community, and we'll see what we can learn. There were some questions specific to athletic fields there. Jeff and myself have had several conversations with regional natural grass specialists. I believe we have another one lined up. It's either next Monday or next Tuesday to talk to someone from the city of Portland. And we're looking to have future meetings with the athletic field users. So just some preliminary type of information that we're starting to put together is we're going to provide to the city a little bit of an analysis, natural grass or synthetic turf. We're going to look at some of the following considerations, an estimated installation cost, whether there's irrigation required, drainage, maintenance, what the situation is with field markings, whether they're permanent or temporary, the playability, how weather affects the surface, how it may affect the environment, the life expectancy, and health concerns. So this is some preliminary information that we've gathered so far, that shows the cost of each type of surface. Probably the biggest thing that we've found out so far is that natural grass field, there's some limitations to the playability due to weather and how many hours you can be on a field, where with synthetic turf, there really is not that same concern.
Tom, can I interrupt you
Yes.
for a second?
Certainly.
Councilmember Curtis has a comment or a question. No, you want to wait? Okay. So we'll wait till questions.
And I can go back to any slide at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
We also have put together some maps, and these are very difficult to put on a PowerPoint. I believe they were shared with you in a hard copy or an electronic file today. When I go through the whole presentation, I can bring up PDFs of them that show them better. But basically, we put together a map that shows where all of your rectangular fields are located throughout the city, trying to figure out if they're dispersed appropriately, whether everyone has access to them. We've also put grids around them to know if they're within a 1 mile radius, how many people could potentially access them. We did that for both the diamonds and the rectangle fields. We did both situations. GRASP is our geo-referenced system that we use that is component based. And this is some of the analysis that we gathered from our GRASP. These are some of the potential upgrades that we believe could be made for synthetic turf fields. The backside at Joanna Beach needs attention, and potentially, early on, one of our thoughts from David are that could become synthetic turf, possibly 2 fields. There's a single diamond at Peter Kirk Park that doesn't really function properly, and that park could potentially be reconfigured like what Sandpoint did in the War Memorial Field, and I'll show you a slide of that in a moment. Terrace could be upgraded to synthetic turf. There's a potential of a couple fields at Heritage. You could convert the fields at Crestwood to synthetic turf. You could convert the fields at the Kirkwood Middle School to synthetic turf. You could convert A.G. Bell, Sandberg, Helen Keller, Thoreau, and Mirror to synthetic turf. And I know that you've already done something like that at the Lakeview Elementary. Robert Frost is another possibility, as is Finn Hill and Comican Middle School. These are some of our early preliminary recommendations, just where we are up to this point. There's the potential for the city through the partnership that you already have with the schools to consider converting or upgrading the grass, dirt, gravel fields that exist at the elementary schools to multi-purpose regulation size synthetic turf fields with lights. The reason we're recommending the elementary schools, it would provide improved field space for the elementary school programming. It would provide potential for prime programming time outside of school hours into the evenings and on the weekends for the city recreation programs. Typically, the elementary schools have parking, and we believe your elementary schools are pretty well spread out across the city in many neighborhoods. One consideration is to develop one multi-purpose synthetic field complex with maybe 4 fields. That was a desire that we heard in our survey from the field athletic users. They would like to have a complex like that so they could run tournaments and so forth. That would require the need to acquire land and dedicate it to such a complex. Also, to develop a schedule to provide 6 to maybe 8 weeks of rest period for natural grass fields that occurs during the growing season. You have an awful lot of use on your fields, and we're still learning about it, but we believe that the fields may not be getting enough rest during the growing season to allow them to rehabilitate. This is the sample I was talking about at Sandpoint, the city of Sandpoint in Idaho. They took a grass stadium field that had a baseball field and a natural grass field. It was in very poor condition. They turned it into synthetic turf. The second picture you can see is it's a large multi-purpose field. There's synthetic turf. There's both softball, baseball, and a rectangular space. You can see that they used it for a football game right after they put it in, and they also have a concert series that goes on the synthetic turf. So that's, an example. We are aware that Kirkland is already doing something with athletic synthetic turf fields. The expansion to athletic fields is occurring at the 132nd Street field. Conversion of the grass fields to synthetic turf in conjunction with the stormwater vault. I'm sure you're aware of this. This expands the use of the additional sports, but also extends the time of day with the lighting you've added, and the synthetic turf can be more playable in inclement weather. The field that you are putting there is set up to allow potentially 2 different diamond fields, as well as rectangular fields for soccer, lacrosse, and other field sports. One of the biggest considerations that we're realizing will need to be thought and will need your assistance on is diversity, equity, and inclusion as it relates to the location of synthetic turf fields. The athletic user groups, as I said, desire multiple fields in one location. They would like to see several field complexes so they can host tournaments, which contrasts with placing fields throughout the community. So we need to come up with a policy for allocation of fields, and how does diversity, equity, and inclusion factor into that? And also deciding upon a field design, whether it be rectangle, diamond, or combination, and how it allows the city to foster equity and diversity in sports offering. And our early thoughts, they really probably need to be combination multi-purpose fields. And that is the presentation that we had put together to just give you a briefing tonight. I'd like to open it up for any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Tom. We're going to start with Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know this subject's so near and dear to my heart. I had to put my name in right away. And thank you, Tom, and thank you, Lynn and staff, for all of this. I have a bunch of questions. Well, let's start with the user groups that you reached out to. I was very interested in making sure that we reach out to non-traditional sports, and I was really happy to see that cricket was one of the user groups that you reached out to. As my time on the park board, we received lots of requests for cricket fields. What I don't see on this list that was also a high need when I was on the park board was ultimate frisbee. And I've read this 2 or 3 times. I'm not trying to catch you, but I see no user groups for ultimate frisbee on this. And I wonder if we missed an opportunity or they just dropped off or something. Also, I mean, I appreciate that you reached out to 55 groups. We only got a 50% return. Do we have interest in going back to the groups that didn't respond and calling them up and giving them another opportunity? Because I would like to have as much participation as possible. And having said that, I'm also curious about reaching out to people that aren't part of traditional organizations. And this could be neighborhood play groups or so forth. We have a number of users that aren't going to fit into a select league or something that is already established. So saying all of that, I'm just curious, what is going to be the end product? I mean, I had to smile when you said 100% of the respondents said that they would love for Kirkland to build new turf fields. That's sort of asking me if I want $1 million. It's like, yeah, of course I want it. So what's going to happen? What's going to be the end result of this plan? Are you going to say, I recommend that we have 4 new turf fields and they accommodate these kinds of sports? So what is going to be the end result? And then one final comment. There was a note in the packet that on the 23rd, we reached out to diversity, equity, inclusion focus groups. I don't see that represented in your presentation. Is that going to come at a later date, the feedback that we received from that outreach?
Okay. So do you want me to try to answer all of your questions?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay. The user groups were put together in consultation with Lynn and Mary and their team. I believe these were all the different user groups that had requested permits over the last several years. The non-traditional groups are going to have their opportunity in the statistically valid and the open link survey. There's questions regarding field usage there that they'll have that opportunity. We sent the invitation out multiple times, the city did, and at the end, I believe we had a discussion with Lynn and her team that we, asked the people to participate more than 4 times, and they didn't participate. We didn't know, what else we could do to get them to participate. It is only one part of our assessment. We're actually looking at the condition of your fields as well. As far as I think you asked, what will be the final product? The final product will be an assessment of your current athletic fields, an assessment of your maintenance of your athletic fields, a review and recommendations regarding your permitting and policies for access to the fields, and then recommendations of what you might need to do going forward to better meet the community's needs and desires related to capacity of the fields.
Okay, a follow-up question. You said that non-traditional users were going to capture with the survey. That is the general pros plan survey that we're sending out. Is that correct?
That is where we'll get, more number of people. Yes.
Okay.
We also, in our own, experience from having done over 600 projects and working all across the country and doing our trend study, have a good idea of what is occurring in park and recreation agencies and, what may be needed. So, that's part of the reason that we're leaning early on at the multi-purpose type field that can be used for many different things.
So the trend study would be ultimate Frisbee is a growing sport, anticipate higher use of this in 10 to 15 years.
The trend study is recreational trends that are occurring both nationally, regionally, and locally. And there's many different aspects that we look at, but we would look at what's going on in the different things like ultimate Frisbee field sports. We're looking at what's going on in all the different sports.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, like Councilmember Curtis, this is something that I'm pretty interested in, have been for a while, and glad that we're doing this. I mean, it's really about kind of maximizing how do we maximize the areas we do have to serve the greatest amount of people, especially because we're growing and field space is at a premium and it will continue to be. So a couple questions or kind of comments. One is, I hope that this end product will include, I really liked your chart where you kind of compared all season fields with grass fields or synthetic fields with grass fields. I hope that considers life cycle costs as well. Between the two, I saw that it included insulation, but life cycle costs would be important to make sure we capture and understand as we're looking at this. I'd be interested in also capturing and considering, when we're prioritizing perhaps locations for this investment, what other amenities are needed to really maximize that investment to support the field. So, my concern, for example, would be building fields. I mean, to be honest, I think I'd like to have more discussion about investing like at elementary schools, because one of the things about these fields is you do have to have amenities there to serve user groups, whether that's restrooms or other things that are there that we can't necessarily support as a city because they're on school property, right? So really kind of thinking through that and considering that as the turf fields are prioritized would be really helpful. And then I think as you get into this evaluation of the policies of how fields are allocated to different organizations, a couple of things that I would like to make sure get thought about is first kind of understanding. I think it's hard to kind of separate the school fields from the city fields. I think a number of these organizations use both, or one uses just city or one just uses school, but they're all interrelated in a way. And so I hope that this can kind of talk about, here's the school district policies, here's how the city policies can change, here's where they're different, and here's how we could work with the school district to perhaps change or to modify so that we're somewhat in alignment, because we're trying to serve this, in many ways, some of the same constituencies. And so we don't want to be too far off, or if we are, we want to try to take action so that we're not. The second thing is, if we're investing in school locations, we don't control the field usage policies for the schools. So, that would be something that why that would be good to kind of get a review of the school district policies and how that aligns with what we're trying to achieve as a community, right? And then I'm real interested to hear more about how, especially with Green Play, with your experience doing this throughout the different agencies you've worked for, how do you craft policy where you can start to incorporate new user groups, and where that's going to be like really successful without significantly jeopardizing existing organizations, that some of which really cater to some of our population that is disadvantaged because they offer free programs, and low-income kids that get to participate in those programs. So how do we do that in a way that's sensitive to all of that, right? I guess would be something that I'm really looking forward to.
Would like me to try to address your different?
That'd be great.
Okay. So the slide I'm showing right now, down at the bottom, you do see life expectancy, and it shows, how often a typical synthetic turf field needs to be replaced, and we will be including information about what it would cost you to maintain a field each year and over the course of 10 or 12 years. Just for what it's worth, I've been doing this for a long time. If space wasn't an issue, I love grass fields. If I just had all the land in the world, I'd put grass fields everywhere, but then you'd need to be able to rest them and things. And the reason we look at synthetic turf field is when you have limited field space and weather, and the field just can't withstand the number of hours. We have some statistics we've been working on where, really a grass field probably shouldn't be used more than 600 hours a year. And a lot of years are much higher than that in the number of hours that they're being permitted. As far as the school, we are talking about, recommending a partnership where, since they have the land and parking, you would consider entering into an agreement where you might help with the financial funding of building the fields. And in exchange for that, you would have access and management of the fields outside of school hours. They would be, that's the recommendation. They potentially would be turned over to the city to manage at that time. The amount of amenities you would need, you wouldn't have to potentially buy the land. You already might have the parking. So maybe you have to put in some restrooms and things, but that would all be less expensive potentially than buying land and developing land. As far as the policies go, in reviewing your policies right now, I believe your policies indicate that if you've had permits in the past, you kind of get a first opportunity to have a permit again. And if there is not an issue with everyone getting a permit, that's one thing. If you're not able to provide permits for everyone that would like one, then there are some strategies that we'll look at. And some of them are, a lottery system for who gets their permit opportunities first. So we're going to have a lot of different preliminary recommendations that we'll talk to Mary and Lynn about before we come up with some that, could be implemented. But there are strategies. The other thing we see when we talked a minute ago about trends, we see all across the country, is what's happened is all the user groups, they just want more and more and more. In years ago, soccer was played in the fall and baseball was played in the spring. Now they're all played year round and, all seasons. And at some point, sometimes agencies have to say that we can give you this many hours during your prime season, and we're going to only be able to give you less hours during your other season. But we're looking through all of that. We don't have an answer yet, but we'll be looking to address that. I think I hit most of your points.
Yeah, a lot more things to look at. Lynn, could you comment on the school district policies? When we I know we control scheduling of the fields, and we have the school city partnership, right, where we maintain some of the fields. But after school hours, do the policies revert to city policies on field allocation, or are we still beholden to the school district policies on allocation?
Yes, that's a very good question. In fact, I'm going to have to look up a little bit more details of it, but we would definitely apply our policies. Having said that, we are under some of their policies. Like we wouldn't be able to have sponsorship with someone who has alcohol or something like that, or no smoking, those types of things. We do have a very strong partnership with them. We do schedule the fields. And the agreement says that we have priority after the school district. So the school district could in fact say, we need this field from 7 to 10 p.m. on these dates, and we get what is left. So it's a good recommendation to consider changing the language of that, perhaps to be outside of school hours. We actually have first priority. That's something that could be discussed with this.
Yeah, I think my point is that stuff really has to be thought through here.
Yeah.
Part of the reason we recommended the elementary schools is we felt that if you put the synthetic turf fields at the high schools, they would just become practice fields, and you would not get the access. Where if they were at the elementary schools, you could have potentially a different agreement, because the elementary school itself doesn't typically use their field after the kids go home, the same way that the high school uses their fields after the quote school day is over.
Yeah, well, luckily our high schools already have synthetic turf now, with Juanita just being completed.
But I think you probably find that they would tell you they would like more.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Lynn and Tom and team, for your really hard work on this, and for my fellow council members, your really good questions and discussions so far. I can speak firsthand as someone who used to be the PTA chairperson for the after-school enrichment programs, that we definitely were constantly advocating for more outdoor field usage time for the kids after school, because as the schools are getting more and more crowded, there were less and less opportunity for indoor enrichment classes after school. And so I don't know what the trend is going to be like post-COVID, but just something to consider, that was trend pre-COVID in some of our elementary schools. I had a couple of questions. Some of them have already been covered by Councilmembers Curtis and Pascal, but just to kind of follow up on a line of questioning that Councilmember Curtis started about the user groups, I also really appreciated kind of that really long list of user groups that we reached out to. And I actually think hearing back from half of them is pretty decent. It's hard to get folks to respond to things like this. So yes, I would have loved to hear from all of them, but I think it's really great outreach that you were able to hear back from half of them. I feel like this is just such a great opportunity for us to cast the net as wide as possible to figure out where are the gaps, right? Where are our fields currently missing the mark as far as who feels welcome, who's able to use the fields, what kind of sports, what kind of folks. And so I also would have really loved to see us reach out for this particular effort, reach out to groups that haven't used the fields in the past, and to identify those types of groups might be, groups that use fields in other either neighboring cities or other cities. I really appreciate, Tom, you bringing up, the national, regional, and local connections and kind of that background that you have doing your work across the country. I think that's really valuable. I think of, not necessarily just for school fields, but for fields in general, reaching out to, the PTSAs, and in particular, I think of like the family and community engagement folks, right, who interact with a lot of folks who may be new to the district or maybe new to the country, where there might be other types of sports that we may not be thinking of, that might be emerging trends that Councilmember Curtis mentioned. So I think that those are some organizations we could reach out to. We could reach out to community-based organizations, which we may have already done some of that, it sounds like, and faith-based organizations and others to really cast a wide net. I'd really like us to think kind of outside the box on how we define athletic field users. And I even think of, in the 132nd Square Park public discussions that we had, where we learned about some pickup games that folks in the community were doing that we wouldn't have identified that stakeholder group just by looking at those who have already had permitted use of the fields in the past, right? And so I want to make sure that not just for the pro survey in general, but that it really gets funneled into looking at athletic field. Not just, you mentioned towards the end of your presentation, which I really appreciated, the mention of DEI and the importance of being really considerate of equity as far as geographic location throughout the city. But I think it's more than that. I think it's not just geographic location. I think it's the type of sport which really impacts the field design and what amenities are there and the size of the field and all kinds of things. So I think that it's really important that we have as many voices as possible, and that we're really seizing this opportunity to really understand more broadly the potential athletic field usage gaps that might be out there. And then the second, so I'll just, I have one other question, so I'll say my other question, then give you time to respond to that. The second one is really, I think I saw in an email earlier today that there's more analysis to follow as far as crosstabs and perhaps other analysis. So I'll be particularly interested in looking at, who's asking for which improvements by sport, right? Like what is the baseball users asking for, the football users asking for, the lacrosse, right? Like who's asking for the lighting or the dugouts or the, whatever, the extra parking or whatever the different features are. I think that would be one of many different valuable crosstabs that would be useful in our analysis too, to really better understand how to make those decisions. So thank you.
Okay. I think the majority of what you're talking about to get the maximum usage of fields, the city previously had put in a lot of diamond fields, and a diamond field, in my opinion, is limiting. It's really baseball or softball. If you try to play other sports, across the outfield, across the infield at different times of the year, it's difficult. That's why what I'm showing you here in the second picture, the multi-purpose turf, that is all carpet per se. And you can play any sport on it. Cricket could play on it. Foosball. You can put volleyball nets up. You can do almost anything you want on it. And I think that's kind of the direction we're potentially leaning in. What we've heard so far, I think the number one thing that people are looking for of the athletic field users is playability and extending their season. And lights is one thing that they've all asked for. That's pretty much across the board. Parking has been pretty universal. Restrooms has been pretty universal. Things like dugouts are really specific to the diamond sports, but they're all looking for to be able to play. Like right now, in the fall or in the spring, they're limited by the lighting. After school, we have a whole chart that my partner Jeff has been working on, where we're figuring out how many hours of actual potential play you have on your fields each day of the year, each month as an average based on sunset and sunrise and, when people are in school as opposed to weekends and so forth. And by adding lights, it grows that exponentially. Typically, if you were to put in a synthetic turf field, you could replace one natural grass field with a synthetic turf field. And it's the same as putting in somewhere between 3, 4, or 5 more of the same grass fields, just because you could have practice at 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 9, 9 to 11, and the field wouldn't be any worse for it. If you put lights on a grass field and you did those practices, the field would have to be taken out of service pretty quickly because it just can't withstand the wear. But I think we're reaching out to a lot of people. We hope to have more feedback through the overall needs assessment. We'll talk with Lynn and Mary and the team and see how we can reach others. I think our trend study and our experience is going to provide the city with those other non-traditional sport activities. And like I said, looking at something like a rectangular or multi-purpose field will allow you to do a lot more.
Okay, Tom, I'm going to give you one very quick comment from Councilmember Black, and then we're gonna have to go.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we have to break. So on the slide 22, thank you for your presentation. Slide 22, you raised the issue of inclusivity and equity in connection with the location of the synthetic turf fields. And your comment is that there are field user groups that desire multiple fields in one location, so a field complex. I've experienced those tournaments in connection with multiple sports, both as a player, as a coach, and as a parent. And I would just ask that when we do that, when we get that feedback from field user groups that want a complex, that we really examine that closely and ask some follow-up questions and kind of dig deep into that. Are they saying that it's easier for them to operate a tournament, or are they saying that it's a better user experience for the players, the coaches, parents, et cetera? Because those are really two different things. And the reason I'm asking this is because my inclination, my instinct is that our residents would be better served by having these fields distributed more widely throughout our community from an aspect of inclusivity and equity. And I don't want to place too much weight on the ease of administrating a tournament at a field complex when that's really not about the coaches, players, or parents, et cetera. Because like I said, I experienced both in many different contexts, and a tournament throughout an entire community can actually be a really great experience, traveling from one area of the city to another. So I would just ask us to make sure we drill down in that a little bit more when we're getting that feedback. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom, we're gonna have to leave you now. I think Deputy Mayor is suggesting, council, that we reconvene at 7:35 just to give us a chance to breathe. So if that works for the city manager, we're good. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening, Tom. I'll look forward to next time we get together.
Mayor, thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on a King County Clean Water Plan update and on athletic field study preliminary findings. Before I begin with the honors and proclamations, I'd just like to announce that we've got a slight change in our agenda. We will be moving the item of the 132nd square part artwork recommendation up from item D to item A. Tracy Chisholm is on the East Coast, and this is to accommodate her schedule. Okay, with that, we will now have a proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day. Councilmember Curtis will help me with this. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to be proclaiming October 11th as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland, Washington. And there's a lot of good information in the proclamation, but I wanted to say that in the memo, there are a couple links for members of the audience watching in our community who want to learn more. There's a link to the Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center, and also the King County Library System has quite a bit of resources about Indigenous Peoples Day, and so there's a link to there as well, and they have a whole page devoted to additional resources. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proclaiming October 11, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous People or Indigenous Population in the Americas. And whereas on December 16, 2010, the United States announced support for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which recognizes that Indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices as a result of their colonization and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources. And whereas Article 15 of the Declaration recognizes the right of Indigenous peoples to the dignity and diversity of their cultures, traditions, histories, and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in education and public information, and obliges nation states to take effective measures in consultation and cooperation with the Indigenous peoples concerned to combat prejudice and eliminate discrimination, and to promote tolerance, understanding, and good relations among Indigenous peoples and all other segments of society. Whereas on February 21, 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution R 5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people. And whereas the City of Kirkland recognizes that the Indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas the city recognizes that Kirkland and other communities in East King County are built upon the ancestral homes and villages of the Coast Salish, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Snoqualmie, Stillaguamish, and the Snoqualmish people. And whereas the city values the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous peoples' knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and the deep cultural connection that has substantially shaped the character of Kirkland, and we honor and give thanks to the Indigenous peoples and to the land itself. Now, therefore, I, Tony Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim October 11, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Kirkland, Washington, and call upon public officials, educators, businesses, communities, volunteers, and all the people of Kirkland, Washington to observe this day to honor and celebrate the thriving cultures and positive values of the Indigenous people of our region. Signed this 5th day of October 2021.
Thank you, Councilmember. Our second proclamation today is Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation, and Councilmember Falcone will help me with that. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be proclaiming October 21, 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Kirkland. And Domestic Violence Awareness Month was first observed in October of 1987. That was also the same year that the first national toll-free hotline was activated. And the purpose of National Domestic Violence Awareness Month is to promote an active community response against the tragedy of domestic violence. The memo in the packet has many links to resources for many people, and one of those links is the Consejo Counseling and Referral Services link, and there are many others as well. And we have a representative from Consejo here tonight, as well as a member of the community, and they have a few words to say at the end of the reading of the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I'll be reading tonight a proclamation of the City of Kirkland designating October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas domestic violence impacts community members of Kirkland, regardless of race, cultural background, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic class, or religion, with a disproportionate impact within communities of color and other marginalized groups. And whereas Native women are 2.5 times more likely to be assaulted than other groups of women in the United States, and homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death for Native women. National statistics show that 55.5% of American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced physical violence by an intimate partner. And whereas 54% of trans and non-binary folks have experienced intimate partner violence in some form, that includes acts such as coercion and physical harm. And whereas 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men will experience some form of physical violence, and 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men will experience severe physical violence by an intimate partner. And whereas, on average, 49% of the homicides in Washington state where victims are identified as female and 11% where they are identified as male are the result of intimate partner violence. And whereas nationally, intimate partner violence accounts for 15% of all violent crime. And in the city of Kirkland in 2020, officers responded to 1,336 domestic related calls for service. And whereas it is reported that almost 10 million adolescents and children each year witness violence involving parents or caregivers. And whereas survivors of domestic violence are more likely to experience long-term mental and physical health concerns, including a higher risk of chronic disease, substance use, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. And whereas racism, homophobia, transphobia, ageism, ableism, and all other forms of discrimination work to perpetrate domestic violence, making access to safety even more difficult for some survivors and victims of domestic violence. And whereas the COVID-19 global pandemic amplified already existing disparities among people of color and other marginalized folks, and during this time, crucial services have been reduced or eliminated. And whereas Kirkland joins with others across Washington and the nation in supporting survivors of domestic violence, as well as local programs, state coalitions, national organizations, and other agencies nationwide who are committed to increasing public awareness of domestic violence and sending a clear message to abusers that domestic violence is not tolerated in Kirkland. And whereas domestic violence impacts millions of people each year, and this year's awareness theme, #EveryoneKnowsSomeone, highlights how tragically prevalent domestic violence is in society. Stopping domestic violence from occurring requires the collective actions and voices of individuals, families, institutions, and systems to transform our communities. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaims October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Kirkland. Let us honor survivors by promoting peace in our own families, homes, and communities. Let us renew our commitment to end domestic violence and its brutal and destructive effects so that domestic violence has no future in Kirkland or beyond. Thank you, and thank you, Cecilia and Blair, for being here tonight.
Thank you, Cecilia. You are on mute. You are still muted, Cecilia.
I'm
There you
sorry.
go. That's okay. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank you for all this that you guys are doing about domestic violence. And thank you for working so hard on this. And I want to thank you as well on behalf of Consejo and Norma that was not able to be here tonight.
Well, thank you, and thanks for being here.
Mhm.
Okay, that takes us
Excuse me,
to
Madam Mayor,
item
we also have
5.
Blair. We also have Blair Daly was going to say a few words.
Oh, is Blair? Okay, I'm sorry, not on my screen. Blair?
Yes. It's an honor to receive this proclamation on behalf of other survivors of domestic violence. Some people think it's funny when a woman beats on a man when she's upset. It's basically harmless. She can't really hurt him, right? My experience was that it wasn't funny at all. It was scary, and it hurt, and it was confusing. See, my conception of domestic violence up until my late 20s when I experienced it was that it was a matter of men mistreating women. So it was disorienting to find myself in that situation. I had to drop my outdated way of thinking about domestic violence, take the situation seriously, and find ways to stay safe. It was so it turns out that in Washington, intimate partner violence is perpetrated by women against men, not that much less often than by men against women. And it's a problem in same-sex couples too, with studies showing lesbian women experiencing violence at higher rates than straight women. My advice to any man and to any person is that if your partner is violent toward you, even one time, take it very, very seriously. Tell a couple people who you trust and get help. Although there are fewer shelters and resources available for men, there are people who will believe you and help you. To the City of Kirkland, thank you for the lengths to which you've gone to make this year's Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation inclusive.
Thank you, Blair. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Okay, that takes us to item 6, communications. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you're participating by Zoom, please click on in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this meeting by live stream through the city website. Thank you. City Manager, we got anybody out there?
So it does not appear that anyone has raised their hand at this time.
Then I will give last call for comments from items from the audience. Seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period concluded. That takes us to item A, COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't have formal presentations for the COVID-19 update or the 5434 update, but I do want to let the council know, as you probably saw today, that the City of Kirkland has now initiated our commercial rental relief program. So that has gone out in many ways over social media and all of our listservs and so forth. We've had our other programs in the field for about 2 weeks. One of the things we're going to be doing is sending the council an update as a memo style format for you in terms of what's happening with the King County program and what's happening with the City of Kirkland program. So hopefully I'll have that to you in the next few days. And then what we're going to try to do is make that a regular part of the COVID-19 update in the future, where we'll basically demonstrate progress both at the county level and the city level for our programs. Last thing I want to mention is we've also been in the field with our utilities help support program. And so for the last 2 weekends, we had over 300 postings on doorknobs from in multiple languages, telling people who were behind on their payments for utilities how they could get help through the city of Kirkland. So we're looking forward to starting to see some money out the door to help people and get them through this pandemic. So lots more to come in the future, but just wanted to let you know all those things are happening.
Super, good news.
Any
Okay,
questions?
that takes us directly to our youth survey report. City manager.
Okay, and the other thing I want to say about the 5434 update is that there's a full study session on the next council meeting on October 19th, where we'll be checking in with our equity plan of record and also providing a lot more updates in the memo about what's happening with 5434. So that is coming.
Great.
Okay, so our third presentation is the youth survey report. And to introduce it is our youth services coordinator, Reggie Schubiger. And she's going to be joined by members of the Youth Council who will also make the presentation. Reggie.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Sweet, and council members. We are very excited to be here to share what was probably over a year's worth of work on the part of the Youth Council. Very interesting project for all of us. And let me pull up, while I'm pulling up our PowerPoint, I'll go ahead and have Anna and Jack introduce themselves.
I'm Anna. I'm a ninth grader at LDub this year. I'm happy to be here to present this information to you guys.
Hello, my name is Jack Sook, and I'm a junior, and I'm also a member of the Kirkland Youth Council. So with the Kirkland Youth Council, we wanted to create something that could really gather the ideas and wants of Kirkland youth. So we created a survey to see how they felt mentally in regards of the city, their school, and the community, and then also what they wanted from the city, their school, and the community. And we decided a survey would be best because it would be most accessible, and it also had the best format to ask multiple questions and could easily collect all that data and spit it back to us at the Kirkland Youth Council. So how we got that out was to send mass emails to Lake Washington School District schools and then have their students take the survey. And we also spread the word with word of mouth from peer to peer. And as a council, we decided to focus on the areas of mental health, what teens wanted from the community and how they felt connected to the community, what the youth wanted from their schools and how they felt in school during COVID. And then we found out a lot, especially about how people were impacted by COVID. And then we also learned a lot about what youths wanted in the city and in their own community.
Okay, I'll talk about the numbers portion since I was the one who had to crunch lots and lots of stuff, as you all saw in the packet. So our survey demographics, overall, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Youth Council, fairly happy with the participation that we got. One of the things that the Youth Council decided to do as an incentive was to offer 1 hour of community service for students who did complete and participate in the survey. So as far as gender identity goes, definitely heavy on the female side at 65%, but we were very happy and pleased with 4% of the students being identified as transgender and non-binary. 51% identified as white, and then you could see the rest of the groups. And the 38% from Lake Washington High School, there's an asterisk with that. One of our former Youth Council members was able to email every single student at that high school. So that's why we we were heavy on Lake Washington high school participation. The other larger group was middle school students, and the largest grade level was juniors. And then from the map, you can see where this respondents came from. Majority, which is great, it was in 98033 and 34, which we were very happy with. And then a little bit on the outlying areas. The largest outside of Kirkland was Redmond, and that was because Lake Washington High School does have the feeder pattern does take in some Redmond residents.
And so from the survey, some key takeaways that we got about the mental health aspect of things was that it was significant and it was really large concern for the youth that took the survey, and that COVID impacted youth's mental health a lot. And some contributors to these concerns were stress and anxiety, and a lot revolved around education that had to do with this stress and anxiety. There was a lot of lack of knowledge regarding how to get help for friends and for oneself, whether this be lack of resources or not. That was just a lot that many people just see it as something that is like they can't go and get help for, but it's really large, and we need more understanding and more recognizing the struggle that mental health takes on youth in our community.
And what we learned from the survey about the LGBTQ community in Kirkland was that the overall health of that community is significantly lower than the heterosexual community in Kirkland. So we learned that they don't feel included. Well, 8% disagreed that they felt included in the city, while 62% of the LGBTQ community did not vote on either agreeing to be included in the city or excluded from the city. We also found out that they do not feel safe, supported, or connected to the community, with 46% disagreeing that they felt connected, and then only 8% feeling that they did feel connected, while there was 43% of straight females who did agree, just in comparison. And in regards of anxiety, stress, sadness, and loneliness, 85% of non-binary individuals did feel stressed and concerned about their stress levels, while that almost doubled the amount of straight males who were concerned about their stress, which was about 47%. So, however, with all that negative and bad, we have found a silver lining in the data that we collected, and we've identified this problem and are taking steps in correcting it and making it better. And then also the straight community in Kirkland, those students have shared their concern about the LGBTQ peers. So it does show that people in their community are concerned about them and wish for the best for them.
For connection to the community aspect of our survey, a lot of the youth said that they felt safe and connected and that the community cares and they like living in Kirkland. But even though this is positive, less than half of them felt connected to the community. And part of this could be because the majority indicated that they did not feel as though adults respected or listened to them, and that although some felt connected, maybe that they felt adults don't respect them could be why they feel not connected to the community, and that we want to make that stronger.
And some key takeaways from teen employment were that teens in Kirkland found that finding jobs were a bit of a struggle and difficult to find. And they voiced that looking for jobs and finding those opportunities and also having those learning opportunities to find those jobs, such as resume building lessons or interview tips or just overall where to look for jobs, was difficult for them. So yeah, that was a big part of the survey, was teens voicing their wants for more opportunities to find jobs.
Coming back to the mental health aspect of things, a lot of it was academically related, whether it be grades or just being at school, the environment. But half of the surveys felt they had poor access to school counselors. This could have been impacted because of COVID, being on Zoom, not being face-to-face, and things like that. And a lot were looking for more opportunities to have a voice in their education and their school environment. They don't find places to offer their opinion, and we want more of those in schools. And there was with all our COVID-related information, the need for direct communication from the district to the students was vast, and we needed more of that because a lot of kids were confused and they didn't feel like they were getting that information that they needed to feel comfortable. And a lot of that could also be from direct communication from district to parents as well. And a lot of them felt like they would like some changes to school curriculum, such as adding things like financial literacy, life skills, social justice, and mental health, because we don't see that in our curriculum today. And that was a big subject for the youth who took the survey.
So with the data that we collected from the survey, our next steps in mainly reducing the mental health stigma is that in the Kirkland Youth Council, we are working on quick info videos about mental health diseases and how to identify them and where to get treatment. So these will be mini video series about these different diseases, and they'll be about 90 seconds talking about what the disease is, symptoms to identify if you do have this disease, and then where to get treatment and to cure that disease or just living with it. And overall, as a community, we're working on talking about mental health more regularly to destigmatize it, and then also increasing education about the mental health diseases. And finally, advertising services that people can go to find help. And these are all ways that we can help reduce the stigma around mental health.
And some next steps for the well-being of LGBTQ plus youth in our community is to create safe, welcoming, and supportive places, like having clubs at schools and talking about it regularly, and making sure that they feel welcome in everything they do, such as we could do things like mentoring and social and focusing on providing support, mentoring and socializing. And we can do this especially a lot in our schools with clubs and groups like that.
And then next steps for education and resources were that we are creating a how-to page on the Kirkland Youth Council website that will offer these lessons in life skills. The website will include videos and articles teaching life skills such as resume writing, financial literacy, applying for financial aid, or how to do your taxes. But just having these centralized online tools and resources will help out the teens of Kirkland as we grow up and we depend on finding these skills ourselves and learning these skills. So this extra resource will help the youth of Kirkland learn those skills. And then in addition, having a opportunities fair that students can come to and attend to find job opportunities, internships, or volunteer options. So that's another thing we are looking forward to putting on.
And I just want to thank you guys for listening to this information tonight. We're really happy with what we got out of this, and we think that it'll be able to help the youth in the community a lot with the way we use this information. And so we just wanted to ask if you guys had any questions about our results.
Well, I'm just going to jump right in, Anna and Jack. What a great job, and what an ambitious list of things that you've got to get done. It's a great presentation, and I see that Councilmember Pascal has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Anna, Jack, Reggie, and all the rest of the Youth Council. Really, really good information here. I had a couple of questions, though, mainly how we can help, either this time or next time. For example, how can we help get this information to Lake Washington School District and the leaders there? Or is that something that you all are tackling and are able to do yourselves? And then second, it was really great to see the response rate, but are there things that either the city or the school district can do next time to kind of continue seeing even more students respond? Any kind of feedback or thoughts you have on that? That would be great to hear.
I think that for getting more respondents to the survey, it was hard with COVID, of course, because you're trying to reach out to people online through email and things like that. But as we're starting to get back into school, we can reach out more with our voices and intercoms, school news, and things like that. So that's what we would do for the future. You guys can always help with just spreading the word, of course, putting it up on the Kirkland website with the link or things like that for that aspect of broadening who we get it out to and the results we get back.
Great, thank you.
Council, any other questions? I think we just applaud the work that you have done. Reggie, keep it up. It's just amazing to me year after year. We've got so many outstanding kids in our system. So with that, I think we now move on to a Puget Sound Energy storm season preparation update. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, as we transition. So as you know, the winter season is coming, and with that comes rain and wind and sometimes power outages. So we wanted to have Puget Sound Energy have a chance to come out and talk to all of you about what they're doing to prepare for the storm season. And here to give our presentation, I'm hoping, there he is, is David Hoffman, our Puget Sound Energy's local government and public policy manager. So welcome, David.
Welcome, David. That's a new background.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I just want to say, whoever scheduled me after Jack and Anna, we need to have a talk. That was a great presentation. So congratulations to everybody involved in that. So good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is David Hoffman. I also want to say good evening to city staff and thank you for working to get this scheduled. Really appreciate it. It's important information to get out to the community. And also want to say good evening to members of the Kirkland community. I am a proud Puget Sound Energy employee working in local government affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to share how PSE prepares for storm season. And I will start, if I can, by sharing my screen. So I will start that. So hopefully you can see this big storm preparedness slide now.
We can.
Excellent. All right. We'll begin. All right. So I'll share a quick agenda so you all know what I plan to share tonight. So we'll start with a safety moment, as safety is paramount to the culture at PSE. We always have a safety moment whenever we have a meeting with more than 3 folks. I will share a little bit of how we prepare our infrastructure for storm season, and also share some customer resources that are available. Share how we restore power in the event of an outage, and also highlight some things that our customers should know about how we restore power. I'll also point out the way that COVID has impacted our storm response, and also share how we communicate about outages prior to storms, and then of course during an actual event. And then hopefully we'll have time at the end for questions. So I'll go ahead and jump right in here. The safety moment this evening is all about downed power lines. So if you come across a downed utility wire of any kind, even if you think it is a communications line, always assume it's energized. Always assume it is a power line and it is energized, and please stay as far away as you can. Call 911 or PSC at the number listed. Do not drive over downed power lines. Instead, stay in your car, but if you must evacuate, open your door and jump entirely away from your vehicle, landing with both of your feet at the same time and your feet together. Do not touch your vehicle. That will complete a circuit and could result in electric shock. And then slowly shuffle your feet away. We have actually a great safety video on our website that shows exactly how this can be implemented in that kind of a situation. So I'll start here with psc.com/storm. It's a new landing page that we have. So if you have any questions, if any of our customers have questions about storm response, storm preparation, that is the best place to get information about PSC storm preparation. We have information for emergency responders on there, including the videos that I mentioned a second ago, and detailed restoration plans that get into a lot more detail that I'm going to get into tonight. And would be really good for your emergency responders to catch up on. And we actually coordinate with your emergency response leadership already. So I have no concerns on that front. So as far as our infrastructure is concerned, we have over 900 employees that have emergency response roles during storm season. That's roughly 1/3 of our, well, just under 1/3 of our employee base. There are 7 regional storm bases, and the closest to Kirkland is in Factoria. And at those locations, as well as our emergency coordination center, which is typically run out of Redmond, we have dedicated on-call teams 24/7 during storm season or not during storm season, all the time, 365 days a year. We also have dedicated communications teams at those bases and the ECC during storms. And getting right into how we restore power. So if you've lived in this region for any amount of time, you know that when the wind blows and the snow flies, big parts of the system can be affected. We do our best to prepare for storm season by tree trimming and upgrading distribution lines to tree wire, which is essentially a covered conductor. So it's a wire that has a cover over it. So if a branch falls into it, it doesn't create a fault in the system, and so power can continue to flow. But those aren't always, that doesn't always address the challenges that we have. There are trees frequently outside of our purview that will impact our system, trees out of right-of-way or outside of our easements that we don't have the authority to remove or trim beyond what our standards already list. As we are restoring power during a major event, the first system that we look at is our transmission system. That's the big wires that bring bulk power into our region and then takes the power out to the individual substations. So we focus on getting that system back up first, because without that, none of the other system would work anyway. And we don't really know where all of the faults are until we have the transmission system up and running again. Then we take care of any challenges at the substations. A couple years ago, you might remember we had a major snow event. There were several parts of Kirkland that were out of power for several days. We had trees come down into a substation down in Olympia. So as you can imagine, if you have a major tree come or a big tree come down into a substation and you've got big transformers, it takes a lot to mobilize all of the equipment necessary to replace that broken equipment. And keep in mind, our crews are doing this in the middle of the blizzard or the storm that we're all trying to stay away from indoors. And then finally, after the substations are restored, the distribution system is then next in line. And that's really the system that takes power from the substations directly to your homes and businesses. And then beyond that, beyond the system prioritization, we prioritize our customers based on critical infrastructure. So think hospitals, water treatment plants, dams, power plants, customers at the county, city, neighborhood level. So, that's actually, sorry, I got lost in my notes here. I apologize. That had to do with transmission system. Beyond prioritizing our customers based on critical infrastructure, we then prioritize based on the largest number of customers in an outage. So if we have one outage, we know what the cause is. It's a tree in the line, and if we get that tree off the line and get that line back up, it will restore a large number of customers. We will focus on that first instead of a smaller outage affecting fewer number of customers, and that allows us to get the largest number of customers back online as quickly as possible. Something that our customers should know is during a storm, we will typically have 3 types of vehicles out patrolling or doing work. So the first will be a PSE damage assessment team, and that will be typically either 1 or 2 folks in a pickup truck. It will be PSE branded, and these folks will be going around and assessing the damage from the storm to see what's causing an outage in a given neighborhood, assessing what equipment is needed to make the repair, and then getting that information back to the storm base so the storm base can then coordinate all the work behind the scenes to get the equipment lined up, the teams lined up, and then the outage can be repaired either by PSE electrical first responders or by our partners at Patelco. So if you see a PSE truck come into your neighborhood, drive around, stop, it looks like they're taking some notes, and then they drive away, that can be frustrating. I've had that happen in my neighborhood. I didn't realize our protocols for storm restoration at the time, but what that means is typically the outage is going to take somebody beyond who's in that vehicle to fix it. So we can even send a line crew out, and if they get out there and they make a different assessment, they may say, actually, this is worse than what we thought. It may make that outage take longer. They're not doing their job wrong. They're doing a great job. It's just they're getting more information in the field so they can better respond to the situation. And then finally on this slide, we have PSE has an obligation to clear right-of-way before restoring power. So that is, if a line is down in the street, it is our duty to clear that line out of the street to make room for first responders, so police, fire, and others, so that our equipment isn't stopping any rescues from taking place. So that is our obligation to clear right-of-way before making any repairs. So this is changing a little bit as we are implementing advanced meter infrastructure, AMI, but we still are asking our customers to call or go online on the PSE app on your phone and report an outage in your neighborhood if you have an outage. That is really one of the 2 ways that we know definitively that there is an outage at your address until we have the AMI system fully up and operational. That's smart grid technology. So please call or get on the app and report your outage. And you can sign up for email notifications, text notifications. And I will add, if you get a notification that your power is back on, but it is not, please contact us. Please let us know. Our system is not perfect. We are working on it consistently to make it as close to perfect as possible, but we would appreciate your patience and help with us on that. So please give us a call if you get an erroneous message. I wanted to point out all of these resources that are available on our website or the MyPSE app. You can find a lot of this information on there as well. I also wanted to point out or touch on, I should say, the ETRs, estimated time of restorations. These have caused some frustration in the past, and I can completely understand why. We set ETRs at a regional level when we have an understanding that a major storm has passed, and that regional ETR, what that indicates is the time and day that the last customer will be restored based on our current estimation and number of folks that we have in the field, number of crews that we have in the field, and the equipment that we have at our disposal, and what we think the future weather forecasts look like. So that's the first step. That is a region-wide estimated time of restoration. That means your power may come on earlier than what that time is listed as. The next level is a more localized ETR, and that will set, once we know this part of a system, once we know the Kirkland region, what the situation is there in your neighborhood, we can then update the ETRs as we've gathered more information and we know more definitively what our resource allocation is like in order to get the power back on. And then finally, we have the individual outage ETRs, and those will happen if we have an outage on a blue sky day, which is an outage kind of out of the ordinary. On a non-storm day, you'll see an ETR listed once our crews have gone out to assess the outage and know what work is necessary to complete the repairs and get your power back to operation. Excuse me. What can our customers do right now? Please prepare for storm season. We all, if you've lived in this region for any length of time, and if you haven't, then you're hearing it here first. 3 days, 3 ways. Make sure you have enough food and water for 3 days, and that you are fully stocked for not just yourself, for your pets. So food, water, source of heat, all of that. And remember, don't bring your barbecue grill inside. That is extraordinarily dangerous. And then finally, how has COVID-19 affected our storm response? So it certainly has. As our crews are going out to respond to outages, they're having to take the COVID protocols into account. They are social distancing, they are wearing masks, and as you can imagine, as for many of us, it's difficult to wear those masks. I know it is for my kids in particular, but I find it is for me as well. These folks are wearing big, heavy equipment. They're working in incredibly difficult and challenging conditions in weather that none of us or most of us would not want to work in. And so please give them patience and please understand they're working as hard as they can to get the power restored. They love what they do and they do a really good job. And we have adapted our responses, including making sure that our employees have all the vehicles that they need so that they can be properly social distanced during their storm response. And I will also point out that we do still have the availability to reach out to our fellow utilities here regionally, as well as up into Canada, to request assistance should we need so in the event of a major storm. And then finally, really safety, as we started off with, is our number one priority for our customers and our crews in the field. So if you see our crews out there working, whether it's during a storm or not, please slow down, give them the space that they need. And I'll say the same thing for a City of Kirkland crews who are out there working hard for your residents. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation and thank you very much. I'm open to any questions, and there's my cell phone and my email address if anyone wants to reach out.
Already in my phone. Thank you, David. Council, have we got any questions for David or comments on the upcoming storm season? Councilmember Pascal.
Hey, David. Good seeing you. Thank you. Just a quick question. I saw the presentation that one of your colleagues did to the City of Kenmore Council, I think last month. It was a really good presentation as well, but they touched on some different things. They touched on, I guess, the outages that have been occurring in their city and different neighborhoods over the past 5 years, and how PSC has really targeted investments to try to lessen those outages over time. And while that's interesting, and I'm glad that PSC is doing that, what I keep thinking about is how important that is as we become more dependent upon our electrical grid to deliver clean energy. And we're powering our homes, our cars with electricity. And so these outages are likely to be more impactful in the future as we have less reliance on other fuels. So I'm wondering, at some point, it would be nice to kind of hear about what you're doing for Kirkland, similar to kind of how you did that for Kenmore. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I will say, I'm glad that you saw that presentation. I did not see it. I'm sure it was excellent. My colleague Julian, I'm sure, gave that one. Kenmore in particular has had some neighborhoods that have been challenging. And so there were some specifics to touch on in Kenmore, but I am more than happy to put together some information on that front and present that as well.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, David. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, before we have a motion on the consent calendar, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,499,080.41 and bills in the amount of $6,616,308.55.
Big month. Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. Because the calendar includes an ordinance, our vote must be by roll call. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, the consent calendar passes. This will take us to our business agenda. We're going to start with the 132nd Street or 132nd Square Park artwork recommendation. City Manager.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for allowing us to move this item up. Tracy McLean is going to be helping make the presentation as the chair of the Cultural Arts Commission, and she's on the East Coast, so we're giving her a little bit of respect for being 3 hours later than us. So what we're looking for tonight is for the council to be briefed on the art concept, and if you concur with that moving forward, then we're looking for a motion from the council to approve the artwork going forward. And so to kick this off, I'm going to turn it to Rosalie Wessels, and then we'll have a overview for you.
Thank you. I'm just sharing my screen now, just one moment. All right, are you saying individually we transform, together we soar? Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, and Mr. Triplett. Joining me tonight, as mentioned, is Tracy McLean, the Cultural Arts Commission Chairperson. We have a total of 11 slides for this presentation highlighting the recommended art concept for the 132nd Square Park artwork. If you would like to move forward with this artwork, we'll ask for a motion to approve. Individually we transform, together we soar. The Art Committee received and evaluated 108 proposals to their call for art for this project. They interviewed 6 qualified artists and selected Cobalt Design Works of Vancouver, Washington, based on their proposal, responsiveness, and references. The committee was working on a timeline that allowed the artwork foundations to be incorporated into the construction contract to realize cost savings. So here you can see a rendering of the completed park. The approximate location of the artwork is shown here between the picnic pavilions and the completed multi-use field. And then here we have the artwork consisting of 2 pieces, both of substantial size. So the smaller one is over 7.5 feet tall, and the larger one is nearly 20 feet tall. Both structures are made of stainless steel and Corten weathering steel, and the butterflies in the artwork are made of powder-coated stainless steel. Now I'll hand it over to the Cultural Arts Commission Chairperson, Tracy McLean, to further talk about the process of the Art Committee. And Tracy has been on the Cultural Arts Commission for 3 years and is recently retired from Bellevue College.
Welcome, Tracy.
Thanks. So I want to thank the rest of the committee. We worked with 3 art commissioners, but also 2 members of the park board. And of course, we worked with city staff, and we did work on a very quick timeline. I was surprised at how quickly it went, mostly through Zoom, but we did have a few visits to the park because we started working on this. It would have been last summer. And so we were all kind of getting used to being socially distanced. The guiding concepts for the project were to recognize the nature of the surrounding community. It's a very diverse community that has a lot of investment in the park. We wanted to reflect the characteristics of the park. It has a lot of trees, and there's a back section that really takes you out of the urban setting. There was a lot of concern for safety and resilience, and also the viability. And so part of, you can see the height of the tree having the butterfly elements that would be above where there could be a problem with people climbing on it or concerns about safety. Cobalt Design Works stood out. They were very responsive. They had a lot of experience, glowing references from their other public art projects. And they were very willing to collaborate and consider input from the committee. So this shows one of our elements, the tree element. There were some options that we were given and a few modifications were made. We liked the idea of the tree. We liked how abstract that it was. And there were a couple other tree-like elements that had previously been in the park, kind of marking a trail. And so this echoed that a little bit. Through the process, the feathers, which were meant to symbolize and reference the Duwamish people, and the symbolism of the butterflies were developed. So if we look at the next slide, I think Rosalie will move it for me. Here we see a close-up on the cocoon element. The artist had done a piece that really attracted us, which were some seed pods that were unusually large. And so this is obviously a cocoon that's quite large. It had originally been on the ground, and the committee was concerned about it getting filled with leaves. So it was raised up off the ground. So this went through a few iterations. On the next slide, we can see how the elements look together. And here we have this incongruity of scale, which we liked that there were 2 elements and that incongruous scale. So that seemed to add to the artistic element. And then the butterflies, you wouldn't notice here, but they're mounted in such a way that they would be moving. And so if we look at the next slide, it's just a closer up version of the butterflies. In the next slide, you'll see that the butterflies that you see here in a really abstracted way actually are referencing actual butterflies. And we wanted to recognize the local surroundings. So actually Susan from the park board did some research on languages that were spoken in the homes in the surrounding community. We selected Chinese, Russian, and Spanish. And so these butterflies, I think it'll be a fairly subtle element, but it's meant to recognize the people from around. And I think we might be able to get some information on that on the website, because it's fairly subtle symbolism. The signage will include the name, the artist, the year, and the fact that it's from the city, the commission, and it's one of the 1% for Arts projects. The next slide just shows the color selection with which the artists encourage the committee to engage with. And in the next slide, we see one other addition. The committee was very interested in having a lighting element, and we were really happy that we were able to get that included in the piece. We think that'll look really nice. So all in all, I'd say the committee, if we go to our final slide, the committee and the Arts Commission were very happy with the level of collaboration with the artists and the park board. We're really happy with how it looks. Of course, we haven't seen it for real, and we did it very quickly up front, so we're kind of having to wait quite a while, although I think that's typical of the Art Commission projects. And so we look forward to seeing it in the park very soon. So I don't know if you have any questions for us.
Thank you, Tracy. Great presentation. You really make it come alive. I've got Councilmember Nixon who has a question or comment.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I think it's a fine proposal and I'll definitely support it. I have a couple of questions. First one is, I'm curious if the butterflies are like rigid, or do they move in the breeze like the piece we recently installed in Juanita Beach Park?
They're designed, the metal will move, so there'll be a sense of movement with the butterflies, yes.
Oh, that's great. And I have a question about 132nd Square Park that's art related, but not about this piece, if I may be so bold. I've recently been approached by some of the neighbors of 132nd Square Park who have a concern about the huge, what looks like a huge blank concrete wall on the south side of the new playing field. And the question they asked and wanted me to convey was, do we have any plans for any art or other decorations on that blank concrete wall to soften it and make it more pleasant for the neighbors to look at?
I don't know, Rosalie, do you have, I personally don't know anything about that, but I will say that one of the things I've learned since I've been on the commission is that people often want to do murals, and finding an appropriate wall is often the biggest challenge, because a lot of walls are owned by private businesses. And so, you know, so I think that if this is something that would be available, I guess that would be a determination for the city to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just what I would comment as well, is that was kind of an indication at some of the council tours that we had, but we don't have any current plans, as far as I'm aware, for that concrete part of that build.
I think a competition for a mural design would be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do too. Okay, with that, any other questions from council or comments? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that the council approve Individually We Transform, Together We Soar as the selected public art for the 132nd Square Park renovation.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to move the Public Art Committee recommendation. Discussion. The question is on the motion to adopt the Public Art Committee recommendation that we approve the 132nd Square Park public art concept entitled Individually We Transform, Together We Soar by Cobalt Design Works of Vancouver, Washington. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. And Tracy, thank you so much
Nice to see you all. Bye-bye.
You too. Okay, so this takes us back to agenda item A, the adoption of the interim affordable housing targets for Kirkland. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. At your last council meeting, you gave us direction to come back to you with the method for establishing housing targets. And so that's what you have before you tonight. Here to give you that presentation is our planning director, Adam Weinstein.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, great. So yeah, as the city manager mentioned, this is a follow-up to our September 7th council meeting where we talked about 3 different options for establishing interim affordable housing targets. And I just have about 6 slides today. Just as some background, establishing targets, affordable housing targets, is a goal in the adopted 2021 to 22 city work program. The intent is to implement the housing strategy plan and then also to promote vibrant neighborhoods in the city, which is obviously made possible in part by diverse housing options. Housing targets would yield a couple of benefits that would be useful to the city. One is that it would allow us to better track new affordable housing units over time. Second, if we're not meeting the targets, it will allow ourselves to ask the question of what do we need to do differently in terms of allocating resources or changing our policy. And then third, it will help us, these affordable housing targets will help us plan more effectively for the 2044 comprehensive plan. We'll be looking at potential land use changes across the city and again, accommodating a diverse range of housing options in the city. So as I noted on September 7th, we discussed 3 different models for establishing interim targets. Council expressed a preference for the citywide need model, which is shown on the slide, which basically ascertains the number of existing and future cost burden households in the city, and then uses that deficit of affordable units to ascertain the number of affordable housing units that we would need to create in the future. And so that yields 462 new units of affordable housing a year for folks making less than 100% of the median income. Deputy Mayor Arnold has proposed an amendment to the resolution that's in your packet that was circulated. What it does is it emphasizes that these targets should influence policy and future planning efforts in the future, including the comp plan update, which we'll be undertaking really soon, and then our neighborhood plan updates as well, and possibly other policy documents too. And then in terms of next steps, a couple of next steps. One is that we'll be tracking the work of the County Affordable Housing Committee, which is meeting throughout most of 2022 to try to develop either sub-regional or jurisdictional level targets for affordable housing. We'll be preparing a letter for City Council consideration as the Affordable Housing Committee's work advances to support their work and support the establishment of affordable housing targets. And if those are adopted, they can replace our interim targets. And then lastly, we'll be putting our housing targets in place by developing a housing dashboard as well. So we can look at our achievement of these targets, and then also we'll be looking at also tracking missing middle housing production across the city as well. So our staff recommendation is to adopt the amended resolution, which will make Kirkland probably one of the first jurisdictions in the whole region to adopt local affordable housing targets. And with that, just want to end by thanking Arch staff as well. They were really instrumental in helping us create these targets and working through all the math. So I really appreciate Arch's support in this effort. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Adam. Council, do we want to get the motion as amended up, or Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'll get this started. I'd like to move adoption of the SAC recommendations for affordable housing targets, including the amendments that adds, there was a typo on the slides that was circulated, but amendment that adds section 3 as the city is updating the Kirkland Comprehensive Plan, neighborhood plans, and related documents. The city shall consider policies to help achieve the affordable housing targets.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the work of the staff over the last two meetings to help give us a way to quantify the challenge we have ahead, looking at needing to build more than 12,000, looking to build to enable the building of more than 12,000 affordable units in Kirkland really helps us focus, especially looking at 4,374 of them need to be available for folks that make less than 30% of area median income. I think having these numbers really will help focus some of the policies and discussions that are going to be happening as part of the Kirkland 2041 comprehensive plan, as part of neighborhood plans that are under updates and related documents like our station area plan discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, any further discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am in support of the motion and I'm not speaking to the motion, but I have a couple things I want to share before we take our vote, because this is my opportunity. When, Adam, when we create the housing metrics dashboard, well, first, let me say I totally agree with Deputy Mayor Arnold, and I'm very proud of the city of Kirkland for taking this step and again, leading in this issue. When we do the housing metrics dashboard, Adam, I'm hoping that as we evaluate it, we can look at dispersal throughout the city in addition to everything else, so that we make sure that we're spreading housing equally. And one of the things that is on my mind, Council, is as we look at these 12,000 units over the next 20 years, that's only 535 units a year. And we have a scarcity of housing now. So I'm wondering if we can have a later conversation is, should we front load our affordable housing target? Should we look at what do we need over the next 5 years? Is that 30% of this 12,000 units, or is it 25%? Just so that we have a clearer roadmap, because as we know, because we have a scarcity of housing, housing prices continue to go up, which means more people need affordable housing. So this is something that I'd like to talk about down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the question is on the motion, moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to approve resolution R5493 to adopt interim affordable housing targets as amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This takes us to an exciting first step. The Arch Housing Trust Fund Totem Lake Project Amendment. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a great point. This is the appropriate first step for getting affordable housing in Kirkland. So Lindsay Masters, the executive manager of the Arch Board, is going to make this presentation. The only thing that I would want to emphasize in this is that we're asking for a reallocation of current money for the City of Kirkland to the Arch Trust Fund. So this is not new money that we're requesting in this action. So with that, take it away, Lindsay.
Thank you. Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to share my screen here. Second. Okay, hopefully you can see that. And let me know if I need to speak up. I'm trying not to wake up sleeping kids who are right in the room next door. So, okay, but I'll try to.
You're doing okay. I think you want to put it in a different mode.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay. Great. So I'm again very excited to be here to talk to you about a really significant affordable housing opportunity, and a great segue from your last item of business adopting targets. This is a project that we have brought to you previously that just recently came out of the 2020 Arch funding round called Horizon at Totem Lake. It's a large-scale, affordable, mixed-income development that's been in process in the Totem Lake Business District. You can see the site location there on the right. And this is coming on the heels of a really successful collaboration between the same project partners, Horizon Housing Alliance and Inland Group, as well as HopeLink, in a project that's under development in Redmond, the redevelopment of the Together Center. And so that successful collaboration has led the team to want to identify other opportunities to provide large-scale affordable housing complemented with supportive services, really in urban environments that have a lot of other amenities and opportunities for residents. So in the 2020 ARCH funding round, we awarded $4 million. The use of the funds was going to targeted to support particularly the lower income units, 300 approximately affordable units that would be serving singles to families in studios through 3-bedroom units at a range of affordability levels. The exact mix has been adjusted a little bit since our last funding round. This is the current mix here. It includes 96 units affordable at 30 and 50% AMI. So they've actually increased that total number targeted to those lower levels, and another 184 that will be affordable at 60% AMI. They're continuing to try and target some units for families coming out of homelessness and made possible with, again, that same partnership. Additionally, the site is large enough that it can accommodate another component that they have been working on with Microsoft in figuring out how to finance moderate to middle income housing. So there would be roughly 170 units additionally targeted to that income range. Just stepping back and kind of thinking about this in the context of your recently adopted goals, this is a really big opportunity to make a big impact in one project. We've looked back in time over the life of the programs that Kirkland has supported, both through your investment in the Arch Trust Fund, as well as all of your local land use incentive programs. And you can see in the incentive programs alone, we've achieved about 200 units since 1996. So a steady but small pace per year. And the trust fund as well had a more significant reduction, but still just over 600 units completed. So this is an opportunity to create 300 units in one project in a mixed income setting as well. So just bringing back to the funding Kurt mentioned that was previously allocated, just adopted earlier this year. The total award for the project was $4 million from all the Arch cities. That was the biggest award in the funding round. And Kirkland's portion of that award was about $2.5 million. A lot of this project was made possible by the opportunity to utilize a one-time fee in lieu payment that came from other development, so allowed the city to provide significant investment in the project. So what we are here to talk about tonight is a proposal to utilize those funds for land acquisition. This was always the anticipated use of the funds, but we had originally structured our conditions to be able to close on the financing together with all of the other project financing, followed by construction start. That's kind of our typical standard conditions. Because the project was up against historic competition for tax credit and bond resources this year, it was unsuccessful in obtaining all the permanent financing for the project, which is a setback, but it's more of just a delay. So the project needs additional time to keep for and obtain those resources. But in the meantime, there is a deadline to close on the property acquisition by the end of the year. So we've been in discussion with the developer and also with the ELAP program, which has provided a commitment for the bulk of the acquisition, $2 million loan. There's some equity coming from the owner as well. Microsoft has been the primary supporter of the ELAP program. It's a program that was in existence in the state, a really great acquisition loan program for affordable housing, but generally not big enough to be able to take larger sites. So Microsoft was really great in funneling more resources into that, and particularly is interested in east side affordable housing opportunities. So the remainder of the acquisition then would come from the city, and I think it's being seen as an important way for the for Arch and Kirkland to show local support for the project. And then the remainder of the Arch cities would be coming in with the permanent project financing. So the 1.5 million that was already committed remains committed. In addition, we actually have a second funding application under review currently to address some of the cost increases that have occurred because of the delay to the project. So just flipping to the timeline and how all these things come together. So what we are proposing and looking for today is the ability to move forward with closing on the acquisition financing, Kirkland funds, roughly in December. The project would then proceed to obtain additional financing and apply for bonds and tax credits in the early part of 2022. And then we would anticipate closing on the remainder of the funds later in 2020. So we are here to seek your approval to authorize the use of those previously committed funds, close on the property acquisition, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, questions, concerns? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
As for the previous item, I think Councilmember Curtis.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 5494, which authorizes and duly appointed administrating agency for a regional coalition for housing Arch to execute all documents necessary to enter into agreements for the funding of the Inland Group Horizon Housing Totem Lake project utilizing funds from the city's Housing Trust Fund.
Was that a second, Councilmember Black?
I thought that was the right time to do it.
Okay.
I didn't mean to cut Councilmember Curtis off, though.
Well,
Councilmember Curtis, you want to start discussion?
I do, and thank you, Lindsay. You already said it. This is a continuation of the motion we made previously. This type of housing project is exactly what we want in Kirkland. We do not want this to slip through our fingers. We should move these funds around to make it happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, did you have some comment?
I can't say it better than Councilmember Curtis.
Excellent. Okay, I'm just looking to see, is there anybody else who would like to comment? Okay, the question is on the motion to move resolution R5494, authorizing the duly appointed administering agency for a regional coalition for housing to execute all documents necessary to enter into agreements for the funding of the Inland Group Horizon Housing Totem Lake project, utilizing funds from the city's Housing Trust Fund. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion or the resolution is approved. Thank you very much. And thank you, Lindsay. Keep finding these projects for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to say how much it means for that local support. It makes or breaks a project. And we know Kirkland's an incredibly strong supporter of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to item, we're right on 9 o'clock. Do we want to do the Kirkland Avenue discussion or take a break first? Is that a timeout symbol? Okay, so let's go away and come back at 9:15.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are back after a short break, and we are at item C of our business agenda, the Kirkland Avenue Lake Street intersection improvements. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a little bit delayed second part of the discussion about the investments down at Kirkland Avenue, Lake Street, and it was about essentially whether or not the City Council wanted to pick some of the additional changes that you could make down there. So what we're going to do tonight is present some of those options and potential costs, and we'll be looking for council direction on things you want us to include. We're not looking for any final decisions tonight, but whatever you decide we would bring back to a future council meeting for action on a fiscal note, because any of these things would require us to add to the budget of the project. So with that as the background, I'm going to turn it over to Laura Drake, our engineer, who's going to walk you through the project.
Great. Welcome, Laura.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. As the City Manager said, I'm Laura Drake from the Capital Improvement Program. I'm joined this evening by my consultant, Holly Williams, a landscape architect with KPG, and Eric Olson, a project engineer also with KPG. They're here to help answer any questions you might have during or after my presentation on the Kirkland Avenue and Lake Street intersection improvements project, talking about our urban design opportunities. We're looking at urban design features because of the council goals of high quality of life, as well as promoting economic development. We're also going to stay consistent with the goals of the Kirkland Downtown Strategic Plan and the Greater Downtown Urban Center Plan. In your council packet, I discussed several features that could be included for urban design. And then at the end, I grouped them into three options. The option one, the full urban design, which includes everything. The core urban design option, which includes a little bit less. And the minimal urban design option, which includes just those items that are most impactful. For this presentation, I'm actually going to present in the reverse order. So it'll be a cumulative presentation, first talking about the minimal urban design features, and then talking about those items that we add in to bring to the core level, and then finally the items to add in to bring to the full urban design package. And as mentioned in the memo and by the city manager, this is all up for discussion with the council. So you're not locked into these specific options. We can always remove or add in additional options at your direction. For this project, we're already planning to elevate the roadway in the intersection to bring cars up to a pedestrian level to make this intersection high pedestrian priority. While we're already removing and replacing all that pavement, we could replace the pavement with decorative concrete. So that can be colored concrete, and we can also use surface texture techniques like scoring and sandblasting. That'll add some beauty to the intersection. It is concrete, which is extremely durable. So we would expect maintenance to be very similar to our other concrete intersections like the Kirkland and 6th Street intersection. We also present pavers, decorative pavers in the pedestrian areas on the four corners of the intersection. And on that northwest corner, we're showing those pavers continuing to the west. That's because these pavers can be installed with a special mesh underneath that promotes tree root health. So by extending these pavers over those existing tree roots on the west leg, we can promote tree health. Also, these pavers can be adjusted as the trees grow by our own maintenance crews to maintain a nice level ADA compliant surface for our users. As I've mentioned in previous presentations, we are expecting to preserve all of the trees that are out there today. Of course, sometimes things in construction happen that are a little different than we expect. We won't know exactly how the roots are laid out until we start digging. But at this time, we believe we can preserve all of the trees that are out there today. We did, with this project, consider adding additional trees. However, with the amount of underground utilities and the need for appropriate sight distance for drivers, we haven't yet found any good spots for new trees, but that's something we will keep in mind as we finalize our design. Today on the southeast corner, heading south along Lake Street, there's an existing planter there that has some vegetation and a few trees. We're planning to maintain most of that planter. And with this project, we could refresh those plantings, working really closely with the Streets and Grounds Department to ensure we're selecting a quantity and species of plantings that are going to minimize our ongoing maintenance requirements. On the north side of this planter strip, today there's a large utility vault. It's a bit hard to see because there's a shrub that obscures the view from the public, but we could use that area to consolidate some of our other utility equipment, such as our traffic signal cabinet. So we could group those together for easy maintenance, also pulling those out of the way of pedestrians. That would end up shortening that existing planter strip a bit, but we would still have vegetation there. Today on the northwest corner, there's a lovely historic clock, and we are with this project planning to preserve that because it's such a nice feature for this intersection. Additionally, we looked at installing both block and standard bench styles at this intersection, which together would create a vibrant and inviting place for people to gather. Additionally, to further support non-motorized users, we can install bicycle racks. Today, there are several flower pots out there, which are maintained by the downtown Kirkland Association. Our plan during construction is to temporarily store those off-site so our contractor can come in and efficiently construct our improvements and then bring those flower pots back out to optimize locations at the end of construction. With this project, we can go ahead and refresh the plantings there just one time because plants can be damaged during all of that moving. And then we would turn it back to the downtown association to continue maintenance of those flower pots. We can replace the existing solid waste receptacles that are out there today, so we can put new ones in optimal locations that are going to work really well with our new layout of the intersection. And then finally, we are already funded and scoped to replace the traffic signal cabinet that's out there today. As I mentioned, we are looking into options to move that to a more optimal location that's out of pedestrian flow. Rather than installing a standard traffic signal cabinet, we can install one that's wrapped. So the one that's out there today has a really nice historic photo on the wrapping, so we could use something similar or exactly the same. More features we can add to bring us up to that core urban design level is decorative sidewalk inlays. These vary a lot in their size and color and texture, but we would select ones that are going to work really well with the other urban design features that the council selects. Additionally, we can install decorative vehicular bollards. From a traffic engineering perspective, we don't necessarily require bollards as part of the project, but they are a nice feature to have that can help protect some of our new assets, like the new signal poles we're going to install at the intersection. This one in the photo is a bell-shaped bollard. It's extremely heavy, which means that you do need construction equipment to move it around, but once it's in place, we shouldn't need to move it. Even if a car hits it, they're sturdy enough that we don't expect them to move or be damaged. And then finally, for the core urban package, we have banner arms. So this means on the new signal poles we'll be installing, we can manufacture those to have little stub outs on the side where you can hang banners, like the one for our city of Snoqualmie in this example photo. Those, the city can purchase banners. We can have one up year round. We can change them out seasonally or even have special ones for special events. It really just depends on how often the city would like those changed out. And then the final features to bring us up to that full urban design level is wayfinding signage. And for this example from downtown Burien, it's not just plain text. It does have some character and some aesthetic appeal. So that's what we would choose. Additionally, we can install wayfinding inlays in our sidewalk, such as these example photos. And then finally, we can add a public art piece. Public art is a bit of a process, but if the council did select this to be included with this project, I would work really carefully with our scheduling to make sure we can continue to move forward with our project, getting it into construction, while also simultaneously working to get an artist designing and fabricating an art piece. Great. So this large table was included in the council packet. These prices are all inclusive. So it's not just the price of the materials. It also includes contractor labor, city management time, in-house efforts, inspection, the full design of these items, including specification and material reviews. And it also includes some contingency that's appropriate for what we're expecting for inflation that we might see over the next year. Our current funding is $2.56 million, which does include $1.5 million in grant funding. That's enough to cover our current scope. And as the city manager said, if the council would like us to move forward with any of these urban design features, I'll return with a memo and a fiscal note for adding appropriate funding for those items. And then finally, our schedule is we are working really hard and efficiently to finish our design by the end of the year, so that way we can be into construction next year. So with that, I am looking forward to hearing council's thoughts on these opportunities.
Okay, Laura. Council, I'm gonna kick this off and ask Laura just to go to the picture of the overview with the street. I've been in conversation with some of the businesses downtown, and we're beginning to seriously lament the elimination of the ability to turn right southbound on Lake Street to Kirkland Ave, and in fact, all of the right turns. I want to put it out there. By eliminating the ability to turn right off of Lake Street onto Kirkland Ave, the left turn will hold traffic up interminably, or cars turning left from Lake Street to Kirkland Ave. That's also true of cars turning right from Kirkland Ave to Lake Street. So I want to know if there are, is it safety? Do we have traffic studies that show us what's going to happen with the new bulb outs in all the right turn lanes?
Yeah, those are great questions. Thank you for bringing it up. Yes, the primary driver of extending these bulbs out and closing off some of those right turns is the pedestrian safety measure. We did do traffic studies, and I would be very happy to follow up with you after this meeting with more information on those studies.
Yeah, what I'm interested in is the impact of the reconfiguration on both the overall traffic flow as well as the impact on the two crosswalks, the one south of it and the one north of it. We've eliminated the problem by eliminating the bulb out on the northbound lane. But isn't the scramble itself a pedestrian safety element?
Yes, and if I recall correctly, we started this project because it was the location in downtown with the highest amount of pedestrian vehicle collisions. So I will need to confer and get back to you with more information on the traffic studies we did here.
That's fine, Laura. And I think that what you're going to find is that most of those collisions happen in the crosswalks that are not visible on this diagram. Anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you.
Council, where are we? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A childhood friend of mine was killed when a car was taking a free right. So when we start talking about right turn lanes, that comes back up for me. Okay, so I am thrilled with this concept, and I think that the decorative pavers are a must-have. I really think we're creating a sense of place here and revitalizing this intersection. So I think that we should move forward with that. I am an advocate for option 3, which is the minimal design. When you go to the vehicle bollards, I'll be honest with you, I thought I would trip over that. So I'm not sure that that's necessary. Can you go back to the intersection design, Laura?
Yes, sorry.
And I'm thrilled the landscape architect's here because I'm going to get into the weeds now, and that pun is intended. That planter bed, I've installed and maintained commercial plantings before, and those kind of beds are ripe for cigarette butts and dog relief. And since we are losing part of that bed, and if you walk that area, it's a pinch point between the planter bed and homegrown. There's probably maybe 3 feet there. And I think if we're creating a pedestrian access, then we know that we're going to have more people walking from the new multi-use building down the street, that it would be okay to remove that planter. We're not losing much. I would love to retain the trees and use tree grates, but I see no purpose in keeping that planter. And you headed me off because I was going to ask for more trees when you said that that was going to be an issue with the utilities. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that we can add more trees on the east side of the intersection, because we have beautiful trees on the west side. So those are my wishes. As far as the public art, we already have that fountain there. So I see that as public art. I don't see a purpose in adding another piece of public art. I frankly don't know where it would go. And I'm ambivalent on the wayfinding and the banner arms, because I'd rather spend our money in good design. And if we have extra money, I would love to see if we could pave from this intersection to Park Lane, because if you look at that sidewalk between the jewelry store and Starbucks, it definitely is not in good shape. So I'd rather use any extra money we have to clean up this whole intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My preference aligns with Councilmember Curtis's. I prefer option 3, although I might consider adding the decorative pavement inlays. I'm not really in favor of spending $66,000 on an art piece because there's already a lot of artistic and nicely designed things going in here. And I don't think that an additional piece is necessary, and it could be added later. And I also think that this area could be used for temporary art displays like we do on Park Lane rather than having fixed ones. I would also not put money into this project for the direction finding signs in isolation of the rest of downtown. I would rather do a comprehensive separate project and end up with a cohesive direction finding signage throughout downtown rather than doing something here. As far as the turn lanes, I agree with you, Madam Mayor, that we ought to keep the turn lanes. The thing about the right turn lanes is because this whole intersection is going to have no right turns on red, I don't think that having the lanes increases the danger to pedestrians. And in fact, I think we ought to consider having left turn pockets instead of right turn pockets. The reason you have right turn pockets is because if on the green vehicle signal, the pedestrians are walking across the street in the same direction at the same time, you have to wait for the pedestrians to clear the intersection in order to be able to turn right. We're not going to have that problem because pedestrians won't be crossing at the same time that vehicles are going straight ahead or turning right. What we are going to have is not very many gaps for people wanting to turn left. And I agree with you, Mayor, that blockages by people wanting to turn left is going to be the big problem. And so I would consider leaving 2 lanes on the approaches to the intersection, but have it be left turn lanes instead of right turn lanes. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, so this obviously is a premier intersection location in the city. And so, I agree, urban design really is a key component to all of this. I just a few questions and then I'll kind of end with my comments. The signal cabinet wraps, I love those. And I really like the one there. I guess my concern is that I thought we did that for way less cost. And if we can do it on our own and hit a number of other places at the same time, after this is done, I'd rather do that and get kind of more bang for the buck if that's possible. But I support the signal wrap. I just would like to see it more widely distributed across the city. And then the trash receptacles. Thank you for explaining why it's about $25,000, $26,000 for trash receptacles. I'm just wondering if we can just wait on that for the renewal of our solid waste contract, because we already have to address those in downtown. So is that a better way to address those things? We've talked about that as part of the solid waste contract. There's other replacement needs across the downtown area on those. So why not just do it all together and maybe stretch the dollars a little bit? And then Councilmember Nixon addressed my comment on wayfinding, so that's good. So overall, I guess I'm kind of between option 2 and option 3. I agree, I don't like the bollards. And sorry, Mayor and Councilmember Nixon, I strongly disagree. I think the design that I see with the turn lanes, with the turn lanes being removed is the preferred option. Quite frankly, I thought we already kind of moved past that. I think we need that extra pedestrian space. You start adding those back in, you're basically really confining the amount of space for pedestrians to wait. And you're going to have more pedestrians waiting because they're waiting for one signal cycle. You don't have some going across north-south and then some going across east-west. All of them are waiting on each corner. And you need that extra space. The intersection is going to be raised. It's going to just be a really nice, I think, treatment all around. And I don't want to detract from that. I think the operations won't be largely different for vehicles under either option. I think if you are concerned about delays and things like that, I think we need to consider more access restrictions, time of day, left turn restrictions there. That's what I would rather look at. And then I agree with Councilmember Nixon about wayfinding. I'd rather save that for kind of a downtown approach, or even kind of take a broader view on how we improve wayfinding more broadly, not just at this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. City Manager, did you have something?
Yeah, if I could just, before we keep going this, so I do, to speak to the issues on the left turn and right turn lanes, so I do need to let the council know. So yes, we did make that decision, and the design that has proceeded assumes the elimination of those lanes. So just want the council to know that if you want to revisit that decision, you're essentially going to be restarting the project. So the decorative piece was the last piece, and the previous decisions have been made. We can certainly meet with individual council members to talk about how that impact was analyzed. But when we talked about the slowing of the traffic and the traffic backup and impacts, that was basically because of the elimination of these lanes. So I just want to make sure council knows that decision was previously made, but if the council wants to revisit it, it would mean, we can always do that, but that would just mean sort of pushing back on the timeline for the project.
Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's already been said by my fellow council members. When I think of this project, it's really hard not to think of it in context of the entire downtown core, right? And we've had conversations, and I know there'll be more conversations to come, for example, around the future of Park Lane. And so it's hard to kind of section it off and not think of it in that context. And so from that perspective, I share some of the same comments that fellow council members have made. I agree with eliminating the turn lanes. I think, our focus and direction we're moving is to create a more pedestrian friendly and bicycle friendly downtown core. And I think that's goes along with that decision and that direction. I'm also somewhere between option 2 and option 3, either a 3+ or a 2-, depending on how you want to look at it. I definitely am in favor of the decorative pavement inlays. The wayfinding, I completely agree. I want to look at that comprehensively downtown, and then perhaps after that throughout the city. I really like the banner arms. I've seen this done in other cities. I love that idea. If done well, everything that, Laura, that you had to say about that is fantastic. I think that we can really display our values. I've seen, quotes from historical figures, from folks on social justice quotes, and all kinds of really great ways that we can display our values, themes around certain events or certain things that we're celebrating in the city. So I think it's really a great opportunity there. But again, I wonder, are there other places we should have there? Are there other places in the downtown core that it would be helpful to have the banner arms? I'm just not sure if that's something that can be added to other places. Are there other appropriate places downtown? I don't really have a good grasp on that, but that is something that, if there are not other appropriate places, then I would like to proceed with having that here. But if there are potential places, then I feel similarly about the wayfinding, that I'd like to just see it comprehensively done for the downtown core at the same time. I had the same question about $24,000 for that wrap. That just seemed much higher than what it thought. I know I've said this many, many times before, both in public meetings and in meetings with other council members and staff about public art. I think that things such as these wraps, my understanding was that they were a fairly affordable way that we could increase the public art in our city, and with the direction that council has given under resolution R5434 and the increased funding for public art, I would love to see a more comprehensive assessment of where we can have these wraps and how we can have more diverse art represented with these types of wraps, not just here, but in other places throughout the city. So I had a little bit of sticker shock when I saw the $24,000 there. So I'm not clear as to why that's so pricey here. But aside from that, I feel like, somewhere between options 2 and 3. And if I agree with Councilmember Curtis, if there are places that we can add more trees, I think this is a great opportunity to do that as well. So thank you, Laura. I appreciate your comments that although they're not in the current design, we'll keep an eye out for that and see if there are opportunities to add to our tree inventory during this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with what it looks to be a consensus here with option 3 with the minimal design, but also support adding back the decorative inlays that Councilmember Nixon and Falcone had mentioned. And I agree with Councilmember Falcone on the banner arms, just given our focus on events, having that ability to do that kind of cycle promotion is going to be important. From the right turn lane discussion, I'm wondering if there's signal options that we can get some more information on that happen without changing the design of the intersection. For the concerns that have come across for left turn lanes, what would it take to only do northbound traffic that would allow turns and southbound traffic that would allow turns and the scramble, that sort of thing, using all the capabilities, since we're changing the intersection, that ITS provides. I'd like to know what our options are to deal with some of those concerns without revisiting the turn lane discussion that we had on August 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll just tick off those items that are not in option 3 that I do have an interest in, because I think I'm with most of the rest of the council with respect to consensus on an option 3+. So I am interested in the decorative pavement inlays. I think that'd be a nice feature. And then I generally agree with what we've heard from other council members regarding the banner arms and the downtown wayfinding signage. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would like to join Deputy Mayor Arnold in asking to explore further the idea of dealing with left turns that would cause a lot of backups during peak times. There are fairly straightforward ways to get where you want to go by going around on Main Street or going around through Lakeshore Plaza. It's only a couple of blocks. And so to say that at peak times, left turns would not be permitted off of Lake Street, I think would be a reasonable thing to do. But there would probably be a cost involved in that, either signage or signals. Like I'm thinking of the signal that we have at Kirkland Way and 85th Street that prohibits right turns, have a sign as part of the signal system that would prohibit left turns at certain hours. And I'd like to just ask staff if they could get us an idea how much it would cost, either sign-wise or signal-wise, to prohibit left turns during peak times to keep traffic moving.
That's a fantastic question. I can tell you right now that our design or our current funding would allow for similar signs to what's out there today, which do prohibit left turns during certain hours. But I'll get back to you on electronic signs that can be more eye-catching that we could consider.
Thank you.
Okay, great, Laura. So my feedback with regard to the design features, I was at Totem Lake yesterday where they are replacing all of their pavement inlays because they have all broken. So if we are going to do pavement inlays, let's not get the kind that break. With regard to banner arms for my naive council member partners, I've been working on banner arms for about 30 years. We have banner arms on a number of poles in sporadic places around the city. We didn't put banner arms on Park Lane, which I thought was unfortunate. What we need is more of a plan around where and how we should do things like banner arms. The ones that we have now are so high off the ground in downtown Kirkland that you can't see the banners. So therefore, nobody puts any banners on them because it's not worth the permit fee to get them put up. So I think we need to be a little bit more planful rather than just sticking 4 poles with banner arms on them. We need a bigger plan for that. And that is all. And otherwise, I'd go with most of what everybody has suggested so far. So I think that's the end of my list. Laura, have you got what you need?
Yes, I believe so. So I am hearing from council that they support the options or the features in option 3 with some question with regard to the cabinet wrap, if we can do that more efficiently, perhaps by doing it ourselves instead of having a contractor doing it. So I'll follow up on that. I am hearing that decorative pavement inlays that are durable are desired by the council. I'm hearing that bell bollards are not selected and that there's there's some questions to answer regarding the banner arms to see if there's maintenance concerns that we can address when I come back to council next time.
Yeah, we just need a plan.
Understood.
Great. Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. I think that's it.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, and I think that takes us to item E, the East Rail Fiber Optic Project Memorandum of Understanding. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So you had a preview of this when we talked to you about sort of all things that were happening on the Cross Kirkland corridor, but now we have the actual MOU for review and potential action. And we have 2 presenters tonight. We have Kimberly Scrivener, our transportation planner, and Zhaning Zhang, who's our new resiliency and technology officer who's been working on this. So they're to make the presentation.
Welcome, ladies.
Great. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Sweet, members of the council. I assume my camera is on, but I don't see myself, so I apologize if I'm having technical issues. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Tonight, we'll be talking about the East Rail fiber optic project. We just have about 6 slides. I'm going to jump right in and talk about and just give you a little bit of an overview before we start. The map on the right you can find on the East Trail.
Kimberly, you're not sharing yet.
Excuse me.
Here we go.
There we go. Apologize about that. All right, so the map on the right, you can find on the East Trail website. I did want to clarify just a couple things. First, the segment at the bottom, that map will show a WatchDOT segment. That section is not going to transfer ownership. It'll be part of the I-405 widening project. I'd also be remiss to not mention the new contribution from Amazon that has been in the news recently. That additional funding will fund the complete the funding gap for the Wilburton Trestle. I won't read all of these to you, just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the contributions, but of course, should mention Google and the contributions in Kirkland for the Ferreton Spur Park. That expansion project will be complete hopefully next month. So please look forward to an invitation for the dedication to that. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the groups involved. Once we get into the fiber project, there are a lot of moving pieces, so I thought this was important. The Regional Advisory Council, of course, is the coordinating body for the East Trail, and their work has resulted in the fiber project and the East Trail partners coming to be. Now that the fiber project is on its, folks are working on it. This is really through the East Trail owners. And so the RAC, being an advisory council, will be informed, but the decision-making process will be through whatever mechanism is decided through the owners and through each individual owner councils. And then lastly, just want to mention to the term East Trail parties, which you'll see in the MOU, should not be confused with East Trail Partners, which is the nonprofit that advocate for East Trail development. So when we talk about the owners, that includes the owners and those entities with easements. So just as an example, Kirkland, we own our segment, but King County Sound Transit and PSC all have easements.
Kimberly, can I interrupt you just for a sec?
Sure.
Can you get to you're showing your next slide, so the slide is too small to read for some
of us. Go up to the top, Kimberly, and click on display settings, and then you can change to swap the screens. The very top of the screen you're looking at says display settings, and then swap presenter view. There you go.
Excellent.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Technical difficulties today. I used to usually at home, and today I'm at City Hall. So So just wanted to mention a little bit about when we talk about owners, that includes those with easement rights. In terms of the fiber project, just wanted to let you all know that PSC has decided they will not be participating in the fiber project. So the owner group will really be the owners that you see without Puget Sound Energy being involved in the next steps and phases of the project. To get to where we are, the work in 2009 did result in the feasibility report, which showed that the project is feasible. And the return on investment report did evaluate several of the business models that were identified and did find that there are companies in the private sector that are interested in this project. So the proposal now is that for four-inch conduit, so the conduit being the pipes that the fiber runs through, would be installed. One of the 4 conduit would be for unrestricted municipal use, and that would have a minimum of 5 interducts in that one conduit, one for each owner. And so unrestricted meaning that for Kirkland, we could use that for ourselves or we could lease it. The business models that have been explored include the private business model, where a single provider would design, construct, maintain, and operate the fiber. And the public-private business model includes perhaps ways for costs to be defrayed. The RFP is suggesting for any proposer to address one or both of these business models, or provide some other example for how a public-private partnership may work. The public-only model hasn't gotten much traction. That is because there has not been much interest in owners managing this project, and also federal funding available for fiber and for broadband is mostly targeted towards places such as rural areas that have no broadband at all. So this wouldn't be competitive. And then lastly, Kirkland has stated that we are, our interest is really to make sure that we are able to maintain our jurisdictional control over our corridor. All of those details will be coming in forthcoming agreements. And so the MOU today is up for you today is non-binding, and that is really about the intent to coordinate on the next stages of the project. So I'm going to come back to the MOU at the end of this presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Jeanine to talk a bit about the next steps.
Okay, thank you, Kimberly. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. In the next couple of slides, I will highlight a few key points on what will happen next on the East Trail Fiber project. So currently, there are 2 parallel processes underway led by the King County. The first one is the RFP process, as shown in these graphs. Since this RFP process is important step to discover of telecommunication opportunities around the East Trail Corridor, Kirkland staff just complete the version 3 of the RFP review and will provide consolidated feedback to King County this week. One of the key Kirkland interests is to establish a government structure for a fiber project. We're happy to report that recent conversations with King County resulted to form an RFP committee with 1 or 2 members from each owner party, and every owner will have an equal weight in voting power in this process. So Kirkland staff will continue collaborating with all players and ensure the project addresses Kirkland's needs. If the RFP timeline holds, as shown in these graphs, we will expect to come back to present the top bids for council review in spring 2022. The second process, the next slides. The second process is focused on the legal agreements and property rights. There are many agreements in play. After MOU tonight, the focus is around defining the revenue sharing model and governance structure for managing the public-owned conduit among all the East owner parties, as Kimberly just mentioned. So we're currently in conceptual discussion stage for this item. This piece we're expecting will result in another interlocal agreement. And the next piece is about creating a common lease agreement for use by all the owner parties. This work has not started yet. And the last piece is the vendor service contract. the contract were paired with the lease and were needed to be negotiated with the winner proposers after the RFP process. Given the complexity of this project, the staff team returned additional legal assistance to ensure the city has expert support to achieve Kirkland's value and goals. So that's what I have for tonight, and I'm going to turn back to Kimberly to talk about the MOU.
Great. Thank you. We are, actually, our presentation is concluded. We'd like to hand it back over to council for discussion and ask if you have any questions for us. The request that we're asking is for council approval on the proposed resolution to authorize the city manager to sign the MOU.
Council, can I get a motion to authorize Resolution R 5495?
Madam Mayor, I move Resolution R 5495.
Second.
So moved by Council Member or Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Council Member Falcone to move Resolution 5495. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Curtis.
I did have one comment, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
So I keep saying I'm in support of this. I just voted yes. I think it's a great project. What I keep thinking about is this is public recreational space that users are walking up and down. So as we go into the RFP process, I would really like to have some sort of contractual obligation with the vendor that they restore the area that they tore up so that it's aesthetically pleasing and that we're replanting with native plants and shrubs. Right now, the corridor is rampant with blackberries and so forth. And I would like it to look better than it does now when they're completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold, can you carry that?
Absolutely. Great idea.
Great. Okay, this takes us to item F, proposed communications master use permit, CenturyLink, the first reading. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So very straightforward first reading, and here to provide you with the overview is our Public Works Deputy Director, John Starbird.
Oh, John, you're on mute.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Your Honor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, City Councilors, Mr. Triplett, what's before you at this time is a first reading of a communication master use permit with CenturyLink Group, which is under the umbrella of the company Lumen. Communication master use permit is a form of franchise agreement, and according to Washington state law, a legislative body must conduct a first reading of a franchise agreement before the legislative body can act on it. This is, we are using the recently developed standard form of a communication master use permit, which the City Council has seen under previous actions. CenturyLink operates in the city currently, but on a very limited basis. They have essentially two locations really at the edge of the city, one in the Points Drive area of the city and one near the Redmond city boundary. And they're serving specific sites rather than the city as a whole, although they are responding to requests from individual sites and property owners to provide specific communication services. CenturyLink is a wireline company, not a wireless company. So while we have had several discussions over the past few months about small cell and 5G and wireless communication, CenturyLink has a different business, and they're doing wireline. They're doing often fiber optic or cable, copper cable lines that is different than wireless communication. The basic or the highlights of the franchise agreement, which is in the form of an ordinance before you for review, not action tonight, is that the franchise area will be all of the public rights of way in the city, but it does not include other publicly owned lands, such as city parks or the Cross Kirkland corridor. It's only City of Kirkland public rights of way. The proposed term is an initial 10 years with the option to mutually agree to renew for another 10 years for a total of 20. And then the majority of the franchise agreement or the draft ordinance in front of you specifies the terms under which CenturyLink would operate in the city's rights of way. Our intent after this first reading would be to return to you at your next regular business meeting for the council to consider action on the proposed communication master use permit. Happy to respond to questions.
Council questions? Okay. Can I get a motion to move Ordinance 4778 granting CenturyLink Communications LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, a non-exclusive communications master use permit for the right, privilege, and authority to make use of the permit area for
Madam Mayor, we're not moving the ordinance tonight, I don't think.
Oh, you're right. Good.
I was gonna try to save you your breath because that was a long ordinance title, but
Not as long as the earlier one, so that's okay. All right, great. Then we will see you again, John, in 2 weeks, more than likely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. This takes us to item 10, City Council reports. And the first person I see is Councilmember Neil Black.
I don't have anything tonight.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Good. I have a lot. Thank you, Councilmember Black. As you all know, I'm a member of the King Conservation District, and we've been working on election reform. State law requires that the elections are held in the first quarter of the year, which means that we have a historical voter turnout of less than 1%. So the King Conservation District Subcommittee has been working on moving the elections to the regular ballot. The Board of Supervisors has been in support. The good news is the State Conservation Commission voted to support election reform, giving individual conservation districts the option to move to the regular ballot. So our next step is that we are hoping the State Conservation Commission will put forth a bill this legislative session. So that's good news. SCA PIC is next week. Just so you all know, I have applied to serve on the SCA PIC nominations committee. I have not heard. We may all read it together and the packet's released in a couple days. And my last thing is I appreciate the governor's eviction bridge extension to October 31st. In Kirkland, I am so proud of Human Services and CMO staff for the variety of programs that they've put together to support our landlords, our businesses, and our tenants. And we're working hard to reach everyone in need. I think Kirkland should be proud of itself. We're doing a good job. But despite that significant effort, I continue to be concerned that the money will not be distributed to those in need throughout the region by October 31st. I'm also concerned that by doing these incremental extensions, providers and families are under significant stress, not knowing if they're going to make their October 31st deadline. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign and send a letter from Kirkland to the governor that asks for the eviction bridge to be extended through the end of the year That's an additional 3 months. As you know, the city of Redmond has also done a letter. I would like us to do our own, so I am now making that motion.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to write a letter to the governor encouraging him to extend his sort of moratorium,
eviction bridge,
his bridge until, was that end of December? So January 1? Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
While I appreciate the intent in sending the letter and making sure that the eviction bridge goes away as funding is flowing, I don't know that we have the information to say at this point it needs to be extended through the end of the year. And I'm wondering if the makers of the motion and second would be open to some flexible language, just tying it to money being available through the county process.
Deputy Mayor, I would be open to flexible language. Are you thinking of tying it to when the money's all gone, the bridge ends?
You know, perhaps this would be something that we could ask staff to come back with some proposed language at our next meeting, which would be October 19th, would be in time to get to the governor before he would need to take action by the end of the month.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Okay.
I live with that.
Councilmember Falcone?
Madam Mayor, one of the things I'm concerned about, I appreciate both the motion and Deputy Mayor's proposed amendment to the motion. One of the things I'm concerned about is we've been hearing from Human Services staff that folks are self-evicting because there's a looming deadline, right, of this bridge or some sort of eviction moratorium. So I'm a little bit concerned about timeline. I just want us to be considerate of that. Perhaps, you know, staff can have an interim recommendation. I'm not sure what we can do in the meantime, but I'm concerned that if we don't urge the governor to take action, he has a history of taking action at the 11th hour, which does damage because folks self-evict because they don't want that eviction mark on their record. And so while I'm open to flexibility, I would prefer that we hash that out sooner than our next meeting because of that concern.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, I'm not exactly sure where we are. We have a motion on the floor. No further discussion. So I guess the question is on the motion to write a letter asking the governor to extend the eviction bridge to the end of the year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
The motion carries 4-3. Okay, thank you. Are you done, Councilmember Curtis? Thank you. That takes us to Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of things. First, Sound Cities Association will soon be opening up applications for regional boards and commissions, and I'm wondering if we can ask staff to combine council members' interests so we don't stomp on each other's applications and disqualify each other through the SCA process. I know, for example, I believe I am termed out on the Growth Management Policy Board, so I will not be able to apply to renew for that, and we'll be looking at some other opportunities. So I'm wondering if, I know that we had Lori McKay on staff to do that previously. I'm wondering, Kurt, okay, if we can have
we can figure out a way to do that.
Excellent. Secondly, on September 23rd, I attended the Audit Exit Conference where the Office of the Washington State Auditor reported on the results from the Kirkland audit of calendar year 2020. The purpose of this annual audit is to provide citizens with an independent and transparent examination of how the city uses its public funds. It reviews compliance with federal requirements, including CARES Act funds, and ensures adequate controls are in place for safeguarding public resources. I'd encourage other council members to join the entrance and exit conferences in future years. I've learned a lot doing this. The state auditor's office gave the city a clean, unmodified audit. This is the 14th year in a row that the city has received an unmodified opinion and audits from the state auditor's office. As part of this process, the city of Kirkland also has received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This award represents the commitment of the governing body and staff to the highest principles of governmental budgeting, meeting nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation and demonstrating proficiency across 56 evaluation criteria. This is the 17th Distinguished Budget Award that the city has received, an example for other governments throughout the country. I wanted to offer my congratulations to Finance Director Michael Olson, Deputy Director Sri Krishnan, Accounting Manager Maggie Ide, Senior Accountant Nancy Otterholt, Accountant Anthony Squires, and Senior Accounting Associates Sean Yee and Jessica Clem that were part of this audit process. And congratulations to the entire finance team for their diligence and professionalism.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for doing that. Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things. Some of you know that when I joined the council almost 10 years ago, one of my stated goals was that we build a large picnic shelter to host big events. And I'm happy to report that a couple of Saturdays ago, our church congregation had its first large picnic at Juanita Beach Park and used the new picnic shelters. And I can say it's a great facility. I encourage everybody to make use of it. And I just wanted to convey thanks from our church to councils present and past for supporting the building of the new picnic shelters. I also, sorry, go ahead.
No, that was excellent.
Yeah. I would also like to encourage the council, if you haven't already done so, to take a look at the draft redistricting maps for Congress, for the state legislature, and for the county council, which just came out recently, and see how the various proposals affect Kirkland. Some of them make pretty significant changes to which districts Kirkland would be in. And it's still early in the process, but we may want to discuss at a future meeting whether we would want to formally submit any comments from the city about such things as, you know, do we want to be in 1 or 2 or 3 legislative districts, or do we want to be split or not split amongst county council districts, those kind of things. And I think it's early for us to do that. And there will be plenty of opportunities to submit comments at the various meetings that will be held. But I think it's something that we at least ought to take a look at a future meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you, I agree. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, there's some really good substantive council reports tonight. Well done, my colleagues. I really enjoyed that. And congratulations, Councilmember Nixon, on achieving that goal of having the large picnic shelter. I also have attended some really great large events at those picnic shelters there, and they're beautiful. And it's really fun to see the community enjoy them. We spent a lot of time there this past year with my son playing baseball across the way, and we would, you know, after each game, go play at the playground, and those shelters were definitely getting well used and enjoyed by the community. So well done with that. Just a few highlights of things that have happened since the last meeting and things that are coming up. Last week, I attended the SCA Meet the County Council lunch event with Councilmember Dembowski, and I've attended a few of these SCA Meet the County Council member events, and I really enjoy them. I really enjoy the ability to get to know our county council members even more, even for council members that I already have met and built a relationship with. It's kind of fun to hear more about their background. You know, we learned more about Councilmember Dombowski's childhood and kind of where he comes from, and also some of his priorities. So I encourage you to attend if you have the ability to do so. It's over the lunch hour, and I don't remember the frequency, if they're once a month or so, but I've really enjoyed them, especially during the pandemic when we don't really have as many opportunities to socialize and network. It's a really great series of events. I also really enjoyed last week attending virtually the off-leash dog park community discussion. Thank you so much to staff who did a fantastic job, and so many community members who had really great input. I want to say just kudos to staff for the format that you really kind of have down for how to get community input, but not have it be chaotic on an online forum. We've really mastered that, and I think do that quite well. So I really enjoyed hearing that feedback, and really I appreciated Lynn mentioning as well that just it was a good reminder to me, something that she said during that event as well, that a lot of what we do for these discussions around off-leash dog parks is not just about the dogs, it's about the dog owners and the people who are going to enjoy the park with their pets. So that was a really kind of good lens shift for me, and a good reminder. Also attended one of the sessions on the Washington Bike Walk Roll Summit that Councilmember Pascal participated in as a panel member that he may speak to. He did a fantastic job discussing speed limit setting and the importance of doing so to increase safety. So really well done, Councilmember Pascal. Really enjoyed that discussion and that session. Some highlights of what's coming up next week. I'm excited to tour again Helen's Place. The tours were postponed. You may remember these are part of the 1-year anniversary of the opening of that shelter. Last I checked earlier today, there were a lot of openings still. I think Councilmember Black and I are scheduled for the same time slot, but there were several slots open. So if you can, I think it would be a great tour. I know when I toured it at the ribbon cutting, the day of the ribbon cutting, it was before residents had moved in. So I'm really interested to kind of see the liveliness of this facility now that it's being utilized. Also, next week we'll be attending the Sustainability Ambassadors Youth-Led Impact Project Training, which I'm really excited about. I'll be joined by our fantastic Kirkland's own David Barnes to discuss the SMP and how the Sustainability Ambassadors can align their work with our Sustainability Master Plan. And also wanted to mention that on October 16th, is Miley Civic is partnering again on a donation drive for Afghan resettlement. So look out for communications on that. And finally, one last point, just referencing back to something that Councilmember Nixon mentioned earlier tonight. I think I was the other council member who separately on one of our tours of 132nd Square Park mentioned that blank wall there and how it's a great opportunity to have more public art, right? So I think I'm on the same page with you there. Similar to my comments earlier tonight about the wraps being a great opportunity for the diverse art that we'd like to see in Kirkland that we set aside some funding for. I think this is a great opportunity for that as well. Always looking for those opportunities. In fact, speaking of murals, last year we had a Black artist in the community who proposed to the Kirkland Arts Council, or Kirkland Arts Commission, a racial justice mural. So that might be something to consider for this site, but I was glad to see that come up and didn't have an opportunity to mention that then, but I'm really excited about the potential for that wall and maybe for some public art there too. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I really have little to add, just a couple things, but since many things were covered. So yeah, I did get a present last week at that Bike Walk Roll Summit. And for those that are interested in seeing the presentation, it is available on the Cascade website, video to watch. It was great because I saw a lot of Kirkland folks participating in that virtual meeting, a few transportation commissioners, staff from Kirkland, and of course, Councilmember Falcone. So that was cool to see some familiar folks, and they asked some good questions too, which was always nice. Tomorrow, I was surprised Amy didn't mention this, but walk bike to school events are tomorrow at several elementary schools. And I think Councilmember Falcone, Councilmember Curtis, and I are attending some, and maybe some others are. I'll be at Sandburg tomorrow. And looking forward to that Willows Road ribbon cutting tomorrow and hoping for good weather. So,
Yeah.
That's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a lot to report. I have a whole lot of meetings tomorrow. Cascade Water Alliance will be settling on our legislative agenda, which I will take to our own legislative subcommittee to see if there's anything that we want to at least support. And later on tomorrow afternoon, I've got Regional Water Quality Committee, and then the day after on Friday, I have solid waste. So I really haven't done any work lately. Anyway, but it's all in front of us. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the city manager for his report.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple quick things. One, and I don't know if any member of the legislative work group wants to build on this, but we did have a meeting of the legislative work group, and we have an initial draft legislative agenda to bring to council, which we're going to try to shoot for October 19th. It's very draft, very preliminary, getting it to you a little earlier, but that'll be your opportunity to look at how we synthesized all your comments, and the full council can then obviously review and edit. So watch for that at the next council meeting. And then to remind you all, on October 26th, we're having our special meeting where you're going to receive the results of the station area cost-benefit analysis and community benefits. Just to remind folks that the way this is being set up is similar to a retreat or a long study session. So while it'll be open to the public to watch, it's not does not have public testimony at it. So I just want to make sure that the council is reminded of that, and see if anyone has any questions about October 26th before I finish up. That meeting is scheduled for 3 hours. We may not need all that time, and we'll have plenty of breaks in between. So.
Okay, I don't see any questions.
Then I wanted to give council also a heads up, since you're all here together, about sort of an evolving situation with the fire department with mandatory vaccinations. And so the main issue that's changed is last week, Tom Ray, who's the medical director of the King County EMS program, sent a letter to all fire chiefs, which is also copied to all firefighters, that basically said that they can't recommend that it's safe for a non-vaccinated firefighter to provide medical care to a patient. So this is obviously very new information. As I think I've had a chance to talk to most of you about, we do have somewhere between 10 and 15 firefighters who at the moment are still considering whether or not to get vaccinated. Some have sought religious accommodations or medical accommodations. So what that interpretation means that were all of them to not get vaccinated, that would be a significant group of firefighters. And so fire administration and the city manager's office and in conversations with the local are trying to figure out what our strategies might be for that. So worst case scenario, we'll be covering a lot of those shifts with overtime in the short term. So you may see a spike in overtime. Longer term, all sorts of things could happen, including separation or including maybe having to decide whether or not one of the fire stations operates at full service all the time. So we're monitoring this very closely. It's obviously very important to us that we continue to provide the best possible public safety services, but this is a situation that's coming from King County, and we're just trying to respond to it appropriately. So I just want to keep that on your radar screen and see if anyone has any questions about that.
Council? Oh, these are hard times.
They are. And I'm also happy to follow up individually if any council member has more, wants more information. So then last question is, anyone have other calendar updates? I did capture doing something, coming back with the PSC update and also redistricting briefing. Anything else the council would like to see added to future calendars?
Sounds good. Okay, with that, I believe that takes us to, it's almost 10:30. So I guess we get to adjourn. So thank you all for a lot of work, and see you again next time. Bye. Thank you.